Welcome to opening day here today at Keeneland. Scott Hazelton, Gabby Gaudette with you. It is a perfect fall afternoon as we get set for Fall Stars weekend. We've got a lot on the line, especially when it comes to the Breeders' Cup Winning Your In Challenge Series. Gabby, 9 Breeders' Cup Winning Your In races this weekend alone here at Keeneland. And oh, by the way, this is the home of the World Championships, the Breeders' Cup, on November 6th and 7th.
Yeah, and the energy today is palpable. We've been visited by a couple of people so far this morning. Smiles from ear to ear. I think it has something to do with the World Championships coming up right here at Keeneland, and also the beautiful weather that we have today and throughout the entire weekend.
Well, it's already been a very successful and eventful, in a good way, fall thus far here at Keeneland. We're just a few weeks removed from the most successful September sale in history, and arguably not verified, but the biggest auction in the history of the world of any sort, with over $400 million in bloodstock sold at the September sale. $2.5 million was the sale topper, hip number 97, bought by Tyler Racing, Woodford Racing, and West Point. Hip number 311 went to $1.8 million. A colt by Constitution, consigned by TaylorMade. Dana Bernhard was the purchaser of hip number 311. We move on to hip number 169, a $1.7 million colt by Curlin out of the mare Karina Mia, purchased by Winchell Thoroughbreds and Three Chimneys. The big heavy hitters were coming and swinging big time at the September sale.
Hip number 886 went through the sale at $1.7 million. A colt by Quality Road. Donato Lani actually signed the ticket for that one. And Scott, I mean, not only was the talk of the town kind of the big horses that sold for $2.5 million. The strong trade in book 1 and book 2, but it went till the very end of the sale as well, which just shows you that buyers came out to just buy throughout.
It was a successful 2021, and it certainly moved forward in 2022. So for all that participated and joined us out at the Keeneland September sales, we thank you. And we look forward to the November sale, which will take place just 2 days following the Breeders' Cup World Championships here at Keeneland Racecourse, offering the best bloodstock as far as breeding stock is concerned at that November sale. But now it's time to turn our attention to racing. Let's get some racing underway. Let's take a look at the weather, though, first before we head off to our handicapping ventures. And for the weather, let's go to our friends at WKYT.
It looks like it's going to be a cooler day overall out of Keeneland, as temperatures will be down as we head through some of the key post times here. It should be hovering around 63 at 1 o'clock. We'll get back up to about 64, so it's a little breezy out there as well, as a cold front is making its way through the area. That's why you're seeing such a drop in temperatures. It's not a significant one, but you're seeing the numbers go back down as we progress through time here. We'll end up in the low 60s as we close things out there, but mainly on the dry side, so it should be an excellent day for some awesome racing out of Keeneland. Good luck.
Yeah, and that's the key. It looks like it's going to be this kind of weather through this Fall Stars weekend, and dry. That's another key component to it, and that's always a good thing when it comes to the fall time here at Lexington.
Well, it's good, especially important that we have good weather this weekend, because it's the final opportunity for those win-in-your-in horses. We talk about the turf races. It's incredibly important to get those last prep races in for the Breeders' Cup. So luckily we have great weather for it.
All right, let's take a look now at our full card selections. Reminder, make sure you download the Keeneland Race Day app. That's available on your tablet, your smartphone. You can keep up to date with all of our picks throughout the entire meet here at Keeneland, each and every meeting at Keeneland Racecourse. And much like the past, very little agreement when it comes to Gabby and I's top selections at the very least.
Well, I'm not surprised by this because you tend to pick the favorite, and I tend to pick long shots.
Wow, it's starting.
So I think that's what we're seeing here.
We're 4 minutes into the show, and the first shot has been fired by Miss Gaudette. Well done, my friend. Well done.
I have a couple of months to make up for.
It's true. This is true. I haven't seen much of you in the last little bit, but we'll certainly make up for it over the course of these weeks, these days of the race meets, and obviously during the Breeders' Cup as well. So again, full card selections. Download that Keeneland Race Day app if you don't already have it on your smartphone or your tablet to keep up to date with all of our picks throughout the entire meet. As far as social media is concerned, give us a follow on Twitter at Keeneland Racing, at Keeneland for Facebook, on Instagram at Keeneland, and at FanDuel TV. We've transitioned from the TVG era to the FanDuel TV era. We know many of you are fully aware of this. Make sure you give them a follow. The social media has continued to improve with the FanDuel TV team, and we appreciate that. And if you don't have the FanDuel Plus app on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, or Apple TV. Download it right now. You'll have FanDuel TV as well as FanDuel Racing. FanDuel Racing is the avenue to catch today at Keeneland each and every day if you don't have FanDuel Racing, formerly TVG2, on your cable or satellite provider. All right. You ready?
Let's get into some racing.
Let's get after it. We will start with the Grade 1 of the afternoon. Grade 1, Darley Alcibiades, field of 14 fillies entered into this Breeders' Cup Challenge Series. Winning you're in for the juvenile fillies. $500,000 is on the line, and Fun and Feisty installed at 7-2 on the morning line.
Well, when you have a field this big, that also means that some horses got excluded. I mean, this was just a very, very popular race this year, and you can even see how competitive it is. Fun and Feisty at 7-2 on the morning line, but that's just the tip of the iceberg, Scott. This field is loaded.
It is. I'm going with the favorite, though, on top, 7-2, shocker. To be fair, we handicap these races pre-morning line. Can you back that up? You can back that up. Just look on our face.
Already with the excuses.
Fun and Feisty, 7-2. We might get 7-2 come post time. I'd be happy with 7-2.
Yeah.
This is a filly by Midshipman for Lucky 7 Stable and Kenny McPeak. Rattle and Roll. You might remember him from last year. Claiborne Breeders' Futurity winner. That 2-year-old last year who's turned into a nice 3-year-old this season. Same connections. Kenny McPeak has won the Darley Alcibiades 5 times in the past, so he knows what it takes to get these fillies to this point in time of the year and perform at Grade 1 level. And this filly has shown that she's at this level. We'll go back to her run in the Grade 3 Pocahontas Stakes. She was 6-1 on that afternoon, and kind of the similar style to Rattle and Roll, that off the pace, look for the late move to be productive. And on this day, she showed that 2 turns wasn't going to be an issue, and also not having the fast pace that she had in those 1-turn races, not going to be an issue. So she's an adaptable type of filly, in my opinion. Big, long legs on her. You can see her dashing away from them with Julian in the saddle. So Fun and Feisty. Hopefully she can replicate what we've seen from her in her last few, because she certainly has gotten a lot better in a very short amount of time. She got those 2 races under her belt, but then she really took a big leap forward when she broke her maiden over at Churchill Downs, and then obviously in the Grade 3 Pocahontas Stakes. So I've got her on top, the 2-horse Chop Chop. Undefeated, both of those races on turf, but she's got dirt pedigree. She's by City of Light, who was one of the more popular stallions last year, and obviously this year at the September sales. So I don't see any reason why she can't transition. They had the option to keep her on turf if they wanted to, but Brad Cox going in this direction. And then Wonder Wheel, we'll see how she does going 2 turns. I didn't really find much of an excuse for her in the Grade 1 spin-away. She kind of got a little squirrely down the lane.
Yeah.
Hopefully she can progress off of that as she was the beaten favorite in that Grade 1 at Saratoga.
So I do respect the favorite. I agree with all the points that you made. I think Fun and Feisty is the one horse that she's proven at 2 turns. She is getting better and better and better, and that's what you want to see at this time of year. These 2-year-old fillies that might be peaking, or at least getting better going into their 3-year-old
Kenny
season.
McPeaking?
Kenny McPeaking. I love it. But he actually, and he has had success in the past, so I do think within that context, Scott, when you have a 2-year-old filly that's nice, they break their maiden, he's pointing for this race. He's probably thinking of this race, thinking of the Breeders' Cup, and working backwards from there, and that's why he continues to win this race so often. I picked her second. I went with a long shot, the 11, Just Cindy. Why have we gotten off this filly already? She was 2-1 in the Schuylerville. She won first time out at Churchill Downs. She stumbled out of the gate last time out in the Grade 1 spin-away. She didn't get the right type of trip. I actually think this is a filly that's going to get better with distance. She's by Justify. She's out of Jenda's Agenda. This is a lovely family bred by Clarkland Farm, owned by Clarkland Farm. I just think sometimes in these 2-year-old races, we jump off horses way too soon because of one bad race. And that one bad race, she had an excuse for. So Just Cindy is going to be the top pick for me, using Fun and Feisty, the favorite, in second, and then Wonder Wheel. I agree with you. I think the best approach for her is to go from the rail and try to be close to the pace. And she's one, I don't know if she's going to improve with distance.
It's a tough read.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the fence with her, but I do think she has some talent.
Raging Sea's another one to point towards. It's a wide open race. That's the reality. But this filly put together a very strong effort on debut. And from a maiden special weight right into Grade 1 company right off the bat for Chad Brown, I think it says a lot about the daughter of Curlin. And Curlin, when it comes to fillies, needs no introduction. That nest X Clariere is another one that you would refer to as far as Keeneland. So that's the 71st running of the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades, winning your in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies division. We're going to back up to race number 8, the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes. This Grade 2 event for the 2-year-old fillies on turf. This is the race I was referring to as far as Chop Shop. They could have kept her on grass by going in this direction, but they go to the Darley Alcibiades. Another wide open field. You can see the AE scratch to the outside. Delight is the morning line favorite, lukewarm 4-1. She just broke her maiden in her last race, but the number 9 filly recognizes where I go for Sequel Racing, Cypress Creek Equine, and Hall of Famer Bill Mott with Junior Alvarado, his go-to guy in the saddle. This is a filly by Bolt d'Oro, first crop of Bolt d'Oro, that Grade 1 winner, and they've done quite well. She broke her maiden in her first try on grass, and then they tried her last time out in the P.G. Johnson, part of that progression that we talk about. And I'm going to take you back to her run in her debut on turf, her turf debut, I should say. And this was the follow-up to her 2 dirt races at Belmont and Saratoga. And she rode the rails, able to dictate the pace, and draws off and wins by 5 1/4 lengths. In her most recent start, I think the post position maybe caught up with her. Hopefully she can work her way over here today from that outside post. But Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott coming here, Bolt d'Oro filly. I like Recognize on top and like the way that she gets over the grass course clearly, as we see from her in that race back on the 18th of August. So she's my top selection in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine, the Breeders' Cup Challenge Win You're In event for the Juvenile Fillies turf event. And as far as the second choice, I'll go to Bling for G. Watts Humphrey Jr. And Vicky Oliver. Ran into a tough customer in Just a Warrior on debut, but then she took a big leap forward at Ellis Park on grass, and I'm hoping that her pedigree shines through here today, going out to Errata ground for the first time, a daughter of American Pharaoh, out of a Fort Larned mare, and then the 3-horse Delight, the morning line favorite, is my third selection. So 9-7-3 for me in the Jessamine.
You touched on a horse that I like, and that's the 7, Bling. You see who she's out of? Blonde Bomber. My man Fred Mitcher with Clarkland Farm. I always talk about Blonde Bomber, that the brood mare, the mare of the 7 Bling.
That's true.
But I do like this filly a lot. We'll take you back to her most recent effort. This was at Ellis Park. It was her second time out. It was her turf debut. She did everything right. She also won in a way which I thought she had a lot left in the tank. To me, she doesn't really look like a turf sprinter. She looks like she wants more distance. But look how easily this win came for her. She's still, very professional, but swishing her tail a little bit coming down the stretch. The rider, Rafael Bejarano, doesn't even ask her. She wraps up in the end, ears pricked forward at the wire. This was a visually very impressive performance, and I don't think she'll have an issue stretching out in distance. So I use her on top, the 8, Dulcia, underneath, because this filly, mind you, she won first time out at Kentucky Downs, which can be a tricky racetrack, and she beat 11 other horses in there. That says something, facing winners for the first time today. And then CC Cruise Control, another one, kind of approaching the same way, this race the same way. I don't want to just jump off of her after her last race. It was a yielding turf course. It was absolutely pouring at Kentucky Downs that day. I look back to her win at Ellis in July on the turf, and I think that figure could make her competitive to hit the board.
Just remembering Bling, wasn't that the filly that Fred Mitchell had you come over and look at the September sale last year?
Yes,
yeah,
but out of Blonde Bomber.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the filly. It's amazing how at some point we seem to cross paths again in certain situations in this game. It is quite remarkable. All right, race number 7 is our next stop here on Today at Keeneland, the 170th running of the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix Grade 2 event, Breeders' Cup Challenge Series winning you're in for the sprint division. This is Gabby's favorite race at Keeneland, period, because of the sponsorship, Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix. And Special Reserve looking to defend his title here this afternoon. That's the number 2 horse at odds of 2-1.
Special Reserve. He won this last year. Do you take him to do it back-to-back?
He's a player, but I'm going Sibelius.
Okay.
He has risen very quickly here this year. He's gotten so good. The numbers reflect it. The race we're going to show you back right now will reflect it as well in the Light the Few Stakes up at Pimlico. And the time in which he puts forth here in this effort, 109-1, that's serious racehorse time. And he's never challenged at any point during this stretch run. This is obviously more difficult company, but Jackson Traveler's a nice horse that he beat. You've got to recognize that. That's who ends up finishing second in this race, but winning by 7.5 lengths. Jeremiah O'Dwyer brings this, not this time gelding, one of the most popular stallions we have in the game, right now. Epicenter, obviously, immediate comes to mind. Just one time, that Grade 1 Madison winner from the spring. So he's on the ascend, and I think today is a key race for him that he has to win to legitimize a spot in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. So he's on top. The 2 is Special Reserve as far as the second selection, and then Necker Island, he's turned into a nice little sprinter since they've refocused him on that kind of campaign.
I've been really thinking about the dirt sprint division, and other than Jackie's Warrior, it's kind of a steep drop-off. We kind of need bigger players to show up, and I'm curious and excited to see Sibelius kind of peaking right now for Jerry O'Dwyer. I read an article. They asked him why he thinks he is so good right now. He said he doesn't really know. He just has gotten good. He's just taken that step, and sometimes we see horses, they can become a little bit more mature the older they get. In his 4-year-old season, I see that with him. So I agree with you. I think he's the now horse, whereas Special Reserve, and we'll show you his win from the Phoenix last year. I kind of thought that he was coming into the Phoenix in better form last year. He was a really good second in the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga. He had won the Iowa Sprint. He won the Grade 3 Maryland Sprint on Preakness weekend at Pimlico. Now, his last race at Mountaineer was good, but it was just good. I thought that his last year he was coming into the race in better form. So that's why I took a slight stance against him. I put him in third, in fact. I'm trying to beef up the exacta with the 3 Top Gunner. I thought this horse pressed a very fast pace and faded last time out. I don't think it's going to be that fast of a pace today.
All right, that is the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix Stakes Grade 2 event. For more, let's check in for the first time this meets with our good friend, colleague, Tom Leach.
With trainer Jeremiah O'Dwyer, who settles Sibelius in the Grade 2 Stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix. And this horse has really been sensational in his last 2 efforts. What moved him forward?
I just think time, maturity, strength. He's just really finding his feet. He's a very confident horse right now. Even before he started winning, he was still running some solid races up in New York. But then his work started getting sharper, so we started cutting him back in trip, and he's just been showing so much more speed and travelling much stronger in his races now.
This is Sibelius walking here behind us. How has he settled in and trained since getting here to Keeneland?
He's great. He's just a professional, lovely horse to be around, very relaxed, just does what you want him to do, goes up to the track, stands out, really classy-like. He's a little aggressive in his training now. He likes to train on, so you're all the time just taking him back a little bit, trying not to let him do too much. But this cooler Kentucky air has really put a pep in his step.
And lastly, the horse that was the runner-up last year went on to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint. This race historically has been a good prep. Do you have your eye on the Breeders' Cup if things go well?
I mean, yes. You have to. We mapped out a little plan along the way. And look, hopefully he's good enough. He needs to take another step forward, and to prove to us that he's got a shot in the Breeders' Cup. So look, I'm looking forward to tomorrow, and hopefully he puts up a great effort. I know last year's winner is in here again, and he's not going to be any pushover, but if our horse runs his race like he has these last 2 times, he's going to be right thereabouts.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Jeremiah O'Dwyer and Sibelius for the Grade 2 Stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix.
Who's favored in that race come post time?
I think him.
Over Special Reserve? It's going to be one of those 2, right?
Who's the morning line favorite? I don't even know that I have the morning line.
Special Reserve.
Special Reserve is the favorite.
Oh, I thought you used the morning line.
No, I don't always.
Okay. Let's go to the Clocker Report for the first time this fall meeting, as we'll move on to race number 6. The number 6 horse, who's 3-1 on the morning line. Actually, the 6 is scratched out of there. My apologies. Dulcia in race number 8 is the lone Clocker Report horse. That is the runner, the daughter of Palace for Joe Sharp and Brad Grady. That work on the 1st of October, 102 flat, solid stamina breeze, locally very sharp debut. Despite bad post, rider stays. That's Joe Talamo giving first call to that filly, and he had the call on a horse that did not draw in off the also eligible. But Dulcia in race number 8, 88, that's the number. Think Eric Lindros, if you will, for you hockey fans, as far as the Clocker Report today. All right, we are going to dive into our multi-race exotics. Looking forward to, once again, having the opportunity to play the $3 Turf Pick 3, which Gabby will get to in just a moment. But I'll take a swing in the late pick 4 using 2, 5, and 6 in the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix Stakes Special Reserve, the number 5 horse Sibelius, and then the 6 horse Necker Island. who I've mentioned has turned into a nice little sprinter this year, just going 7 and 9 in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes. Those are the two fillies, Bling for Vicky Oliver, and then Recognized for Bill Mott. Then finding some coverage in the Darley Alcibiades, the Grade 1, winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies. I'll go 1, 2, 9, 10, and 11. I think that this is a very good group of fillies, and we'll see who can extend themselves out past this group here today in the Midwest Division, and then finally in the final race of the afternoon on opening day, 4, 5, and 11. So a $45 ticket investment for the late pick 4 for me here at Keeneland, first day of the fall meet. But the $3 turf pick 3, we saw great payoffs since this was introduced last year, and we expect to see the same, and $72 is your way of attacking this one here today.
Now, it is a $3 minimum, so that's why it seems to be a little bit more expensive. You have to invest a little bit, but as you mentioned, the payoffs have been outstanding that we've seen over the course of the past couple of meets that this has been offered. Race 4, 2, 3, 5 for me. That's a 5.5 furlong sprint on the turf. The ride of a lifetime, I think it's interesting that the Connections did transition him to the turf, and it was a successful move. The 3 Joker on Jack for Wesley Ward and Strike Me Down for Michelle Lovell is going to be the 3 that I'll use. I have some coverage in race 8, which is the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine. We see the 2, 3, 7, and the 8. And then I'm light in the last race. I actually had a pretty strong opinion of the 1 Mia Martina. I know she hasn't been able to break through recently, but I think the rail post and the presence of Flavien Prat is going to make a difference. She needs to be forwardly placed at that distance, 1.5 miles on the turf. So I used her and the 4 Federalist papers.
All right, 4, 8, 10. Those are the races for the Turf Pick 3, $3 minimum. Race number 4 is where it begins. Make sure you ask specifically for that if you're playing here at Keeneland on track. Our best angles of the day, I'm swinging right away. Let's get after it. Race number 1 to start the meet here at Keeneland. 12-5 claimer, 7/8 the distance. Riverboat Gambler is 7-2 on the morning line. But I'm going to go to the 5-horse Hoopla for Sanford Goldfarb and Robert Falcone Jr. and Ricardo Santana Jr. I think he shakes off the bad juju of the last few meets here. He did not have good meets, Ricky Santana Jr. whatsoever, and I think things will turn around this meet. And hopefully for him and me, it's going to be with Hoopla, because this is the race that we last saw this gelding. He won by 2 3/4 lengths. It was actually a voided claim situation. So what that means is that somebody tried to claim this horse for $25,000. There was an issue following the race, that allowed the claim to be voided. And because of that, you would imagine, that's why we haven't seen him in 9 months. He comes off of a 9-month layoff, shows up here for 12-5, looks like a suitable level, no question about it, given what he's coming out of and given the purse structure in Kentucky. 12-5 claimers running for $43,000 is why you can drop these horses aggressively. And the reason for coming here and shipping all this way from New York, I think, is another positive. So give me 20 to win on him. Hopefully he can blitz the field today with Santana in the saddle. Hoopla, let's hope that he's ready to roll off the 9-month layoff. I don't think he'd be here if he wasn't.
No, I don't. That horse definitely has a look in the opener. I'm going to take us to the second race. So maybe we can make a little bit money in the first 2 races and then move it on over to the Turf Pick 3. So Miss Reed is 5-2, but this is a tricky race, I thought. We have the 3 Magical Act, who is a first-time starter. Scripps, a first-time starter for Rudy Brisset, and then we also have the 8 Seabrook, a first-time starter. All of these fillies are first-time starters, but I want the filly that has race experience. We will show you her most recent start. This was at Churchill Downs, where she finished 3rd this day. And she saved ground throughout, but then coming down the stretch, she was a little bit closer to the rail. You talked to several different people whether the rail was really the place to be this entire year, really, the spring meet or even the fall meet at Churchill Downs. You'll get different opinions, but I think it kind of had a closing outside flow at both meets. So there's that standpoint. She also has race experience. I like sometimes when 3-year-olds have experience early in the year, they take a couple of months off and then they come back a better, more mature, more professional filly in the latter half of the season in the fall. So Miss Reed's going to be the best bet in the second race for me. $20 win. Let's play the early double.
Works for me. I like her too. She's my top selection there. And another aspect of Miss Reed in that second race, the filly that beat her in that last race for her, Olga Isabel, she runs in race number 5. So make sure you pay attention to what the 2 does in race number 2 and use that later on in race number 5. All right, those are our best angles of the day. Time now to check in with Tom Leach for his long shot pick of the day.
We go to the opener for our long shot pick on the Friday card. It's 8-1 with Verve from the Mike Maker barn. This horse was claimed by Maker back in the winter down in Florida. Didn't run until June at a much higher level. That didn't go well. So now after another layoff, the horse is back at 12-5. But even if the horse gets claimed with the purse, they get close to getting out on the horse. And if they can win and not get claimed, then that's the really best case scenario. So I think this is kind of a strategic spotting, something at which Mike Maker excels. You get Luis Saez taking the ride on this horse. So from the rail with Verve at 8-1.
It's back. There it is, side bet of the day. And we're playing a little bit different rules this meet. Not going the entire meet like we did back in the spring, but instead we're going to declare a winner each and every week.
Really? I didn't know that.
Do you read your emails?
Oh, no, I don't, actually. Sorry, guys. I did not read that.
Okay, side bet of the day.
Okay.
I propose, and I know this isn't going to work out.
How many times I say stole
Keeneland,
Ogden, Phoenix?
Incorrectly, yeah.
I'm just not going to say it.
Set the over. You have to. They're the sponsor. I'm going to set the line at 1.5. That's the line I would set for mispronunciations or forgetting. But what do you want to do? You're the expert as far as this. The suggestions we have: most winners from top 3 picks, or the best finish of our top selection in the Darley Alcibiades.
Well, mine's like 20-1, and you're picking the favorite, so I don't really think that's fair.
What does the morning line have to do with it?
It has everything to do with it. It's like that's why we have a morning line, because it shows who's the likeliest winner.
All right, we got to make it quick. Let's go top 3 picks today.
Okay.
Because we don't have a lot of really much overlap as far as the agreement is concerned. So hashtag Team Scott, hashtag Team Gabby. We want you to get involved, and let's go ahead and tell us who you're going to pick for this week. And at the end of the week, we'll tally it up and see who wins. Again, I did pretty well last meet. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy today at Keeneland. It's Fall Stars weekend here in Lexington, Kentucky.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed!
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
This new Toyota Tundra is amazing. It's rugged and capable.
Designed, engineered, and built right here in the USA.
And Tundra is more powerful and more fuel efficient.
The iForce Max hybrid powertrain delivers 437 horsepower.
And with the multi-terrain select, no matter what the conditions are, it automatically adjusts the engine throttle and traction.
While the crawl control modulates the throttle and brakes.
When we say you can go anywhere and do anything,
Tundra really means it.
Yeah.
Toyota. Let's go places.
As an owner, I love the Breeders' Cup winning your in-series.
To win one of these challenge series is a way that we kind of map out our schedule throughout the year with our horses.
So if we're considering 2 different races and one was a win and you're in and one was a not, then I think that would be the tiebreaker for us.
Automatic berth takes a lot of pressure off. Breeders' Cup Challenge, win, and you're in.
At this time, Keeneland welcomes Whit Whitaker to the paddock. Whit is the president of the Lexington Fayette NAACP chapter, executive director of the historic Lyric Theater, and is a Lexington-based performer who has performed abroad many times throughout his career, including in South Africa in 2019. Whit is a crowd favorite in UK Opera Theatre's annual It's a Grand Night for Singing, where he lights up the stage with his singing and dancing, and was most recently seen in the Message Theater production of 12 Angry Jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there, still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free, o'er the land of the free, and the home of the brave, home of the brave.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Ron Mcbride from Guest Services as the Employee of the Day. Ron, congratulations.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast, the turf is firm, the rail set at 10 feet for the turf racing today. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning of the first race, which begins the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes, also kicks off the early pick five. There are no changes to report in that first event. Second race starts the early pick four. No changes in race two. Third race, jockey for the 5, Karma Gia, will be Declan Cannon. Number 5, Karma Gia, Declan Cannon, the jockey. Fourth race is where the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 begins, made up of races 4, 8, and 10. In that fourth race, take out the 10, 1 for Richie. Scratch the 10, 1 for Richie. Fifth race, start of the pick 6. Scratch number 6, Halaga. Scratch number 6, Halaga. Sixth race, start of the late pick 5. Scratch the 6, Brighter Days Ahead. Scratch the 7, Big Hat Willie. Also scratch the 12, Mabuhay. Scratch 13, Fashion King. Scratch 15, Monbequake. And scratch 16, Easy Action. Again, scratch the 6, Brighter Days Ahead, the 7, Big Hat Willie. Also scratch the 12, Mabuhay. Scratch 13, Fashion King. And scratch 15, Monbequake, and 16, Easy Action. Please note, number 14, Ironsides, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, number 14 is a gelding. Number 14, Ironsides, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, is a gelding. Seventh race, the stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix. That's where the late pick 4 begins. There are no changes in race 7. Eighth race, the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Race 9, the Grade 1, Darley Alcibiades. No changes. 10th and final race, take out number 13, Go Big Blue Nation. Again, take out number 13, Go Big Blue Nation, did not draw into the race. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
And a very happy opening day to you, Kurt Becker. For those of you joining us on track here at Keeneland Racecourse and from abroad, Scott and Gabby with you once again for this fall meeting at Keeneland. It's Fall Stars weekend, and this meet takes on added importance, Gabby, given that we lead up to the World Championships, the Breeders' Cup, which will take place at the beginning of November right here at Keeneland.
And thankfully, times are a lot different than when the Breeders' Cup was hosted here back in 2020. It was the COVID year, and Keeneland was given a little bit of a mulligan and able to host the Breeders' Cup this year. So we're very excited for the Breeders' Cup, but also excited for these races. This is an important weekend with those final win-in-you're-in races.
Yeah, 9 Breeders' Cup win-in-you're-in races, 11 stakes races overall for Fall Stars weekend. 3 of those win-in-you're-in Breeders' Cup races take place today, and let's take a look at them. We'll start with the Grade 1 of the afternoon, the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. No lack of interest from connections in trying to pick up a piece of this prize. 14 entered in today's Grade 1. Fun and feisty, the morning line favorite, as Kenny McPeak looks for his 6th victory in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades.
14 entered and not one scratch, so all 14 will participate. Fun and feisty, sign on as your 7-2 favorite, coming in off of a graded score in the Pocahontas last time out. But there are other options. A 10 Kaling just to her outside, finished 3rd in the spinaway. We also have Wonder Wheel coming out of the spinaway, and an up-and-comer perhaps with the 4 Raging Sea, a first-time a winner in her first start, a filly by Curlin. Scott, we know how good those fillies by Curlin are.
That's the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades, race number 9. Race number 8, the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes, Grade 2 event for 2-year-old fillies that'll move on to the grass course in the early days of their careers. This also a Breeders' Cup Challenge Series win-in-you're-in. This for the juvenile fillies. Turf Delight, the lukewarm morning line favorite at 4-1. Another wide-open event for these fillies.
She won a maiden special weight last time out at Delaware. This is definitely her toughest task to date. Happy Gal is a filly that comes out of a good race at Kentucky Downs last time out, but she was DQ'd and placed 5th that day. I think the 7 Bling is a filly that could really show something later today. She's bred to go longer. She's a filly by American Pharoah, but once again, just a big, deep field of fillies.
And then race number 7, the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix Stakes, Grade 2, winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint Division. And Special Reserve, the defending champion, looking to defend his title here this afternoon. Won this race last year and comes into this race off of a win in the slop at Mountaineer.
He did win last time out, but you do have to question, is he coming into the race as good as he did last year? Last year, he was second by a half length in the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga. There's another horse in here that could be the up-and-comer or the now horse, so to speak, and that's the 5, Sibelius.
Those are the 3 win-and-you're-in races, the 3 stakes races today for the Breeders' Cup, the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix, the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes, and the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. 10-race card coming up on opening day for the Keeneland Fall Meet. Race number 1 here at Keeneland Racecourse is less than 18 minutes to post, and right now the number 5 horse is the 5-2 favorite as it stands. That is Hoopla, Ricardo Santana Jr. for Robert Falcone, winner in his last race, Gabby, but that was quite a long time ago, 9 months ago, as he looks to be ready to roll off this lengthy layout. But as I mentioned before on today at Keeneland, I don't think he shows up here at Keeneland if he wasn't ready, and this is a very good spot for this gelding, given where he's coming from.
Yeah, the lowest level that he competed at before in the past was for $25,000. Today he's in for the $12,500 tag. And on top of that, Scott, he's proven that he can go 6.5 furlongs in the past, so 7 furlongs shouldn't be an issue. And he also has speed. He very well could set the tempo from the get-go.
He's my top selection. He's your second choice. You've got the 3 as your top play, direct order, as he'll be cutting back in distance. A horse that's been very popular at the claim box over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, the last several starts, he just keeps on moving barns. But this time for Matt Shire, I thought his race 2 starts back at Saratoga. It was a very deep, demanding track that particular day. The front runners tired in favor of him. But those races that he comes out of, number 1, are very tough. And Scott, I mentioned the speed of the 5 Hoopla, but isn't he going to get pressed by the 6 Alfie Solomons? I saw maybe a duel on the front end to set up for this horse to close.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it could be a quickly run race. And then how does Make Noise fit into this is a big question, too. That's the number 4 horse who's 17-1. I've got him as my second choice. I think that Tom Vanberg has got some nice opportunities on this opening weekend from the entries that have been taken in the first 3 days of this fall meet. So watch out for this barn. And here's a 7-year-old gelding that just won his last race by 15 lengths. That is not easy to do at any level, but that's the last race we saw from him 4 months ago, and we'll see what he does. He was very quick in that race as well, so he very much could be part of the pace if he's as sharp as he was over at Churchill in May.
We call it the light bulb angle. It was a long time prior to that race that he won. He comes back and wins by 15 lengths last time out. He could carry that on today. I don't think he's going to be setting the pace, but he won't be too far off of it.
Down on the inside is the 1 with Verve for Michael Dubb and Michael Maker. Luis Saez gets the call on this gelding. For me to have him in my top 3, it's as simple as the drop down in class for the 1. He comes out of a lot tougher company. They claimed him for $35,000, jumped him up in a big way in one of those very difficult second level allowance races over at Churchill Downs. So dropping from that competition to 12.5 really should ignite something underneath this 5-year-old gelding.
It can, and I think you have to ask yourself what a fair price is. 6-1 I think is okay, but I just don't like the fact that this horse has been so lightly raced in the past year, and he's dropping to the bottom.
And then we'll close out the conversation for race 1 with the horse drawn to the outside. 14-1 right now on Glory Song, the number 10 horse, getting set to make his Keeneland debut.
house horse here, trained by my sister Lacey Goddard. I think this horse could run to get a piece of it. Those races that he was running in, those starters 16,000, the allowance optional claiming races at Laurel can actually come up pretty tough. And I do like the cut back to the 7/8 today.
Race number 1, now less than 15 minutes to post. Reminder, does start the early pick 5, early pick 3, and first double opportunity of the day here on opening day of the Keeneland Fall Meet.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. 3-year-olds and up, a $12,500 claiming price, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 5, no changes in the first. Main track is fast, turf firm. The rail at 10 feet today on the turf course. Post time 7 minutes.
Less than 4 minutes away from the opener here on opening day. We start with Make Noise, 15-length winner last time out, and I had a chance to speak with Tom Vanberg. He said his one concern is that sometimes when this horse doesn't get his own way out front, that he can be a little discouraged and not show as big of a heart. So that's the worry that Tom has with him, especially with the other speed in this race.
That's a great point because, yes, this horse did go gate to wire last time out, and he set the pace 2 starts back when he finished a good second at 13-1. I can't see a situation that he makes the lead today. Hopefully that win just serves as a confidence booster because I really do like his appearance and his mannerisms on the track today. Scott, he looks great for a long shot.
Hoopla is also coming off that long layoff, also coming off of a win. There he is, the number 5 horse, the son of Blame for Sandy Goldfarb and Robert Falcone Jr., now co-favorite at odds of 3-1, a horse that should be part of that early pace if things go right.
He just looks like he's doing better and better the longer that I look at him. I think he does have a horse. He's a horse that has a little bit of nervous energy, so getting him out on the track, getting a warm-up in, I think will only help him. But he looks racy. He looks fast. So does the 6. I think these two hook up on the front end.
With Verve, who will be down on the inside, we always talk so much about how difficult it is to win from post position number 1 out of the chute in these sprint races, and that's what he has to overcome. But it is Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day, and right now 6-1, Saez and Mike Maker at Keeneland. That's not a bad price given these connections.
Yeah, I'm still on the fence with this horse. He looks fit. I just think that he's going to have to work out a trip from the inside. And once again, Scott, he's been lightly raced for the last year, finds himself at the bottom today. Sometimes the drop helps, sometimes it doesn't. I mean, this field is not easy.
It is not. This is a good way to start this fall meeting here at Keeneland. We are less than 2 minutes away from post time. Race 1 in front of us.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. They're off. Riverboat Gambler broke alertly. Alfie Solomon's right there in the opening strides. Glory Song moving quickly out the center of the track. Here's Hoopla moving up between horses. Hoopla, Glory Song to the front. Alfie Solomon's is third with Verve is in fourth position. So Union fifth down toward the rail. Riverboat Gambler broke well but now drops back between horses in the sixth position. Higher Authority out in the center of the track travels along next in the seventh spot as they head to the far turn. Then David's Gem back toward the rail. Make Noise is next to last at a gap of nearly 10 more lengths back to Direct Order, who is last. Opening quarter went in 22.6 seconds. Stacking up for the lead, Alfie Solomon's far outside. Hoopla is there to the inside, and Glory Song is fighting on, now regained second in between horses and draws alongside of Hoopla. Alfie Solomon's third, out in the center of the track, a length off the front pair, but trying to take aim to the top of the home stretch. Riverboat Gambler is fourth, so Union looks for running room from fifth position, with Verve is in sixth. Quarter mile to go. Glory Song has a head in front off the far turn. Alfie Solomon's comes on again from the outside. Glory Song, Alfie Solomon's, they go at it 1-2, gap of 3. Back to So Union in third. Hoopla drops back in fourth. Final eighth mile, Alfie Solomon's and Glory Song. Hoopla tries to rally back up the inside. So Union from the outside. Alfie Solomon's with a head in front. A late charge from David's Gem. Hoopla comes up the rail. What a way to start the meet. And it starts with David's Gem rallying down the outside to win it for E.T. Baird.
He doesn't just win races on the front end. E.T. Baird this time coming from off the pace. It was quite a scramble as they turned for home. About 6+ horses had a chance to take this one. And in the end, David's Gem, the 7 at odds of 15-1, able to pick up the pieces, shipping in from FanDuel Racing down at Fairmount Park, just outside of St. Louis on the Illinois side.
Winners can come from anywhere. We see that during the spring meet. We see that during the fall meet. And today, the opener goes to a 15-1 shot. This was a scramble in the end. There was a line of horses, didn't know who was going to pull off with the victory. A nice comeback performance by the 5 Hoopla. He dug in gamely, but in the end, the 7 David's Gem closing from off the pace to get the win at 15-1.
Number 7, David's Gem, finished first. Photo for play, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 7, David's Gem, finished first. Number 2, So Union, was second. Number 5, Hoopla, was third. Number 10, Glory Song, fourth. 7-2-5-10, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, number 7, David's Gem, owned by Jonathan Ritter, trained by Ralph Martinez, E.T. Baird, the jockey. David's Gem, a 5-year-old gelded son of gemologist, out of Chicone by Arch, bred in Kentucky by John Liviakis. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 24.39 seconds. First race, results official, 7-2-5-10, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming. Main track is fast, turf listed firm today. Double pick 3 and early pick 4 wagering here. No changes in race 2. Looking ahead, a reminder in the third race, the jockey for the 5, Karma Gia, Declan Cannon. That's in the third race, jockey for the 5, Karma Gia, Declan Cannon. Fourth race, take out the 10, 1 for Richie. That's the fourth race, scratch the 10, 1 for Richie. Race 5, scratch the 6, Halaga. Race 5, scratch the 6, Halaga. Fast track, firm turf.
Race number 2, less than 15 minutes to the post. We had a big upset in race number 1. We'll see if that follows suit, or we see this filly come through with the win. She's the favorite. Miss Reed, that is a daughter of Blame for Claiborne Farm, a homebred for Claiborne Farm from a Warfront first stand by the name of Line. She comes off of 2 solid efforts to kick off her career. She was beaten by Olga Isabel, who will be running later on today in race number 5. So make sure you take this outcome and use that for race number 5 here today. But I just don't think that she's going to have as fast of a pace to chase as she did in those first 2 races of her career today, Gabby.
Yes, I'll agree with you. I thought that was a pretty solid race, too. Her facing actually 3-year-olds and upwards. She went against older company last time out. And the race just didn't go in her favor. I think cutting back to 7 furlongs today, when you go back and watch that replay, too, she broke from the outside post. Then she went down on the rail. She was on the rail throughout the entirety of the race, especially coming down the stretch. Sometimes that can be a little bit of a deeper part of the surface at Churchill Downs. So I just think there's a lot of things that are working in her favor. I also like to see 3-year-old fillies start the year off, have a couple of races, and then freshen up for the fall. And that's exactly what we see with Miss Reed. With this race, Scott, she's the filly that I want with race experience. It's really important to pay attention to the board in terms of what the action is with these first-time starters.
Well, the shortest price of the first-time starters is next to the number 3 horse. That's Magical Act, a filly by Tappet, part of the Gary and Mary West breeding operation, a homebred for them. And this filly is very well bred. Obviously, Tappet's one of the most impactful stallions in modern-day history. But as far as the family, she's a half-sister to the Grade 1 winner Book Review, Grade 1 winner back in Southern California. So good pedigree, debuts for Brad Cox, which is certainly getting a lot of attention. So we'll see how she fares on debut.
Yeah, and it seems like, at least on paper, Brad got her back in August, had a couple of works in her at Churchill Downs, then sent her to Ellis to prepare her for the debut today. So it looks like she's come around relatively quickly, which I like to see for a first-time starter.
The 7 Scripps is another first-time starter, China Horse Club homebred, daughter of Curlin. The Curlin fillies have flown over the last couple of seasons, and she's from a first dam. It's by the name of Spelling Again, who was a Grade 2 winner during her career. So a good pedigree here as well for the number 7 horse who makes her debut today.
Yeah, this is interesting because the mare, this is her first foal. She was retired several years ago, though. China Horse Club purchased her out of a sale several years ago, and then they recently sold her in the Keeneland November sale of last year. So they currently, although did breed this filly, they haven't retained the mare. We'll see. We see how good Curlin fillies are. I think the jury's still out on what Spelling Again can produce, though.
Finally, the number 5 horse, She's All Class, a filly that makes her dirt debut here today, and she's a daughter of Gunrunner, and it seems the Gunrunners can do no wrong, especially on the main track. So at 6-1, might be worth a shot to take She's All Class into consideration based on the surface switch.
Gunrunner, they can run on anything. Definitely on the bottom side of the pedigree is a strong turf influence, though.
Race number 2, less than 12 minutes to post, does begin the early pick 4 here on opening day at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Maxfield. Maiden special weight, fillies and mares age 3 and up, the Beard course distance of about 7 furlongs, tracks fast. No changes in race 2. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early. Pick 4, main track fast, turf firm, post time in 7 minutes.
We start the frontside observations with the favorites in the Claiborne Orange, Miss Reed, Joel Rosario Alstall Jr. And Alstall just telling me on the paddock side, Gabby, that he feels that the 7 furlongs is really going to set her up for a best type of effort moving forward. You think 7 furlongs will allow her to be in the catbird seat early on, and I think that just reflects on what we talked about earlier with the fact that it shouldn't be as quick, and she may be able to dictate the pace in this race.
Yeah, look who's aboard her, Joel Rosario, who can win from anywhere, but he's especially good at timing the move with closers. My only concern with her, and I did pick her, I like the distance, is that she is a closer. She falls back far off the pace, and we don't really know what the pace looks like. Maybe it will come from a first-time starter, but there doesn't appear to be a ton of pace on paper.
We go back to the first-time starter Magical Act, talk about this daughter of Tappet. What were your observations of this filly as she came out?
Yeah, she seems pretty racy. She's petite, though. When you kind of compare her to the pony that's standing next to her, you can see the difference in size. That doesn't really bother me for first-time starter, but, you know, we'll see. I mean, you have to kind of pay attention to the board. She's 4-1. I think she's 4-1 because it's a Brad Cox first-time starter.
The 7-horse 5-1, another first-time starter, the daughter of Keeneland, which we discussed on the paddock side. Observations, there she is warming up. What did she look like as she came out for the post parade?
Yeah, you can see the extension in her stride coming from her shoulders, just really nice. She's got a nice fluid stride on the track. She's acting really professionally this afternoon, too. Ears are forward, taking it all in. And I talked to Rudy Brisset just a moment ago, and he said she worked really well out of the gate. She's been working very well, but he wouldn't be surprised if she did indeed need a race.
And another first-time starter, Seabrook, the Godolphin Blue represented here, daughter of Speightstown, Medaglia d'Oro, First Dame Regia Marina, who is a stakes winner during her racing career. This is her first foal, and thus her first runner as she makes her 3-year-old debut.
So the one observation, she just kind of seems like a silly filly on the track, the complete opposite from how I was describing the 7 Scripps. She had her ears forward. She was really focused, whereas this filly throughout the post parade and even right now, you can see her ears going back and forth. You don't really know if she's taken a liking to the pony that's beside her as well. You just sometimes wonder if the light bulb has turned on, and sometimes it can change once the gates open, but that was just an observation. She looks great physically, just her mind, is she focused today?
Early pick 4 pool approaching $170,000, less than 2 minutes to get those plays in.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Max Field, start of the early pick 4.
back where I belong, huh? I know. Okay, yeah. Good.
They are at the post. And they're off. Ganesh comes out for the lead. Scripps is there up on the outside. She's all class. Up close in the opening strides as well. Ganesh toward the inside has the lead. She's all class. Draws alongside. Scripps joins them from third. Seabrook is in fourth position. Followed by the gang that sang, who's in fifth. Crystal Snow, a lane off the rail, sixth. Miss Reed moves up one spot from seventh down toward the inside. 4 lengths off the lead. Magical Act, last of the 8, but picking up the tempo from the back of the pack now to try to pick up a couple of spots. But in close quarters there between horses is Magical Act, up within 5 lengths of the lead, though. The opening quarter went 22.61 seconds. Onto the far turn, She's All Class ahead in front. Ganesh fights on second. Scripps is there. Third up on the outside. The gang that sang is in fourth. Crystal Snow is fifth. Magical Act switches lanes to the outside. She's still back there in sixth. Now taking fifth. 7 lengths off the lead, though, around the far turn. Seabrook and Miss Reed are next to last and last, respectively. Now, Miss Reed has to go to the outside. 8 lengths from the lead. Quarter mile to go. She's All Class the leader. Ganesh second. And then the gang that sang is in third. Magical Act fourth. Miss Reed is still far back in fifth. Just over 1/8 of a mile to go. It is She's All Class, chased by Scripps in second position. 3 lengths between them. And then Magical Act, awkward move by the gang that sang, who had to dive toward the inside. 16th to go. She's All Class. Luis Saez chased by Magical Act, who goes to second. She's All Class, the winner. Magical Act was home in second. And then it was Ganesh, followed by the gang that sang.
$5-3-1 in race number 2 here at Keeneland. 9-1 the off odds on She's All Class. Luis Saez had her forward, and this daughter of Gunrunner certainly improved with the move over to the dirt main track today.
Yeah, talking about hot stallions over the past year, Gunrunner is definitely at the top of the list, and this one running well on the turf, but better on the dirt. The dirt debut was a successful move, and if you liked her, you got paid. 9-1. This early daily double is going to pay very nicely.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 5, She's All Class, was first. Number 3, Magical Act, second. Number 1, Ganesh, third. Number 6, The Gang That Sang, fourth. 5-3-1-6, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Maxfield, number 5, She's All Class, owned by Robert Verratti, trained by Mike Maker, Luis Saez, the jockey. She's All Class, a 3-year-old filly by Gunrunner, out of Benergud by New Approach, bred in Kentucky by Hinkle Farms and Ian Franasiak. Keeneland September sales grad, She's All Class. 1 minute 28.54 seconds for the Beard course. Second race results official 5-3-1-6, the official results. In the winner's circle, Danny Mulvihill, the Maxfield Trophy presentation to the connections of number 5, She's All Class. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Track is fast, turf is firm today. In this third race, jockey for the 5, Karma Gia, Declan Cannon. Number 5, Karma Gia, Declan Cannon. Fourth race, scratch the 10, 1 for Richie. That's the fourth race, scratch the 10, 1 for Richie. Race 5, scratch the 6, Halaga. Race 5, scratch the 6, Halaga.
15-1 and 9-1 so far in the first two races today here at Keeneland on opening day. As we move on to the third event, this is for the 2-year-old fillies. First level allowance condition for 2-year-old fillies. Going 6 furlongs. The even money favorite is the 7, which we'll get to in just a moment. But we'll start with the number 4 horse that is twice as sweet. The Godolphin Homebred, another well-bred Godolphin filly by Candy Ride. Tappet First Dam, who was the stakes winner by the name of Snowbell, and she broke through with a maiden win last time out on turf. Although she did debut on dirt, I think this is a filly that the surface is not going to matter for her. And Vince Chaminade has had a nice year in 2022 as he gets the call for Godolphin and trainer Brendan Walsh.
It's interesting what this filly has done with her lone 2 starts. First time out, she ran really well. She was second as the favorite to Aunt Shirley, who would go on to run in the Grade 1 Spinaway. And then she came back and she won a turf sprint race. So we really don't know what surface she's best on, and also eventually what distance she might be best at. She's a filly by Candy Ride, but she's out of the First Dam Snowbell, who was a graded stakes winner going upwards of 1 mile and an 1/8. She is a very interesting horse. She has a lot of talent, natural ability, just wondering what her best surface and distance will be.
Let's go over to the number 7 horse, your top play for Hoffman Farms and Fleury Racing Stable. That's Key of Life. Filly ran against a nice filly by the name of Dance Macabre on debut. Dance Macabre would come out of that June 25th race at Churchill and win a stakes race later on this year over at Kentucky Downs. So she's kept good company, and boy, did she take a big step forward last time out when stretching out to 6 furlongs and running a fast time, the 7 Key of Life, in that last race.
It was like night and day, her first 2 races. Her first race at Churchill Downs back in June, she looked a little green. She was tardy coming out of the gate. Her second time around, Scott, it looked like she learned everything from that debut. She broke sharply. She sat just off the pace. She had a perfect trip, but she put herself in a winning position. I love the way she ran, and I think she'll be able to either be on the lead or stalk just off the pace. Florent has options.
The number 3 filly, Looking for Hope. She was flashy on debut. She won by 7 3/4 lengths down at Gulfstream Parks for Safi Joseph Jr. He sends her up here to Kentucky for that follow-up effort for Peter Vegso, a homebred for Vegso. That is the 3 horse Looking for Hope. She's 9-2 right now, and we'll see how she handles this first try against winners. But you can't knock what she did on debut. She was expected to win, the favorite, and boy, did she blows the doors off of that 8-horse field.
Yeah, and obviously this is a tougher field. This is a $100,000 allowance race. She's facing winners for the first time after winning her debut. We have seen Safi ship a couple of horses up during the spring, during the fall. Overall, his runners at Keeneland, he's 3 for 25, and 20 of them were under 10-1 odds. So some of them were supposed to win, and they didn't. That's just some food for thought, but I do think that this is a top contender given her first race.
And lastly, we'll round it out with the number 2 horse, that is Santa Fe Gold, the Fast Anna filly that began her career down in Texas at Lone Star Park. Won on debut. She ran against Stakes Company second time out, and then most recently they had her over at Churchill. And she was a bigger price that day. She was nearly 14-1, but finished second in that first level allowance condition over at Churchill, verifying that she's got to be a very solid filly in her own right here in Kentucky.
Yeah, I really liked her race last time out. She got caught behind T-Max. That filly is sitting on back-to-back wins. She's actually undefeated in 2 starts. But this filly, she ran well second to her. She chased towards the inside. She was down on the rail. Things probably didn't go her way exactly, but what I like about her, she won on the lead. She stalked from on the pace last time out. She's been in so many different situations, and she's proven that she can handle that.
Less than 14 minutes away from post time. Race number 3 is coming up next here on opening day at Keeneland Fall.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Medaglia d'Oro, allowance optional claiming race for 2-year-old fillies, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. A reminder, the jockey for number 5, Karma Gia, Declan Cannon. Declan Cannon will ride number 5, Karma Gia. Post time, 6 minutes.
Race number 3, we start with the 7-horse frontside Key of Life for Brad Cox, the Motown filly that comes off of that impressive victory last time out at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, and Scott, looking at her on the track, she just looks really professional. She looks extremely fit, too. There's just many things to like about her. I really couldn't knock her any which way. I think she looks very prepared, visually impressive last time out in her victory. She has the running style to maybe sit a close trip. So there are a lot of things to like, except the price at 4 to 5.
Yeah, odds on right now, one of the shortest prices we have seen, if not thus far on opening day. Let's go to the 6-horse Ribbons in Her Hair. Opportunity filly. She's a Maryland-bred filly competing here in Kentucky, and she's 1 for 1. That one win coming up at Delaware.
And the race came up a little on the slower side. Final time for 5.5 furlongs was 1:06, but she did win that race pretty easily. And for what it's worth, the filly that she beat, Saltwater Gypsy, who ran second in the race, she came back to win at Charlestown by 8 lengths. So it has been a productive race to me. Looking at her, though, Scott, she just looks like a very early, quick little thing, and I think she could outrun her odds at 17 to 1.
Find out in a few moments. Let's go to the 2-horse Santa Fe Gold, the gray filly. She really looked gorgeous down in the paddock. I got a glimpse of her. She looks as fit as a horse can be, and dappled out gray daughter of Fast Anna.
Yes, she definitely looks like a filly that possesses speed. So I anticipate her to maybe show more speed like she did first time out versus where she was last time out at 7 furlongs. She is keyed up, though. I do hope, I like to see positive energy. I like to see horses that are awake, but you don't want them to be a little over the top, and she's borderline right now.
I think you'll recall the 1-horse Crack-a-Lacking back in the spring. the edge that she had, the attitude that she came with on that debut effort where she ran off and won by 5. I spoke to her trainer, Sarah Hamilton, and I said, has she maintained that same sort of edge and attitude? And she said, absolutely she has. And she's happy to be back here at Keeneland because of how well this filly has performed in the past in that debut at Keeneland Racecourse back at the end of April.
I can give her a pass for the debutante at Churchill. I can give her a pass for the debutante at Ellis. I just wish she ran a little bit better last time out. That's the one race that has soured me a little bit because it was a competitive group. She was well spotted in that race, and I thought she should have just run a little bit better. But maybe the blinkers going on will wake her up, and we'll see, her get back to the race that we saw in her debut.
Less than 2 minutes away from post time. It's race number 3 here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Medaglia d'Oro. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Key of Life. Key of Life right out for the early lead. Twice as Sweet comes away second. Crack-a-lacking kicks in down toward the inside. Third to second. Now up the rail to challenge for the lead. Crack-a-lacking moves up and takes the lead a half length. Key of Life goes second. Twice as Sweet is third. Looking for Hope is fourth. Ribbons in her hair. Fifth in between horses. Baytown Lovely. Sixth up on the outside. Then a break of 5 more lengths to Karma Gia between horses. Mersal on her outside. And finally Santa Fe Gold at the back. The opening quarter in 22.13 seconds. Around the far turn. And back up front, Crack-a-lacking to the inside, puts a head in front, but once again, Key of Life comes back. Looking for Hope is shifting lanes toward the outside. Looking for Hope swings out with Twice as Sweet on her outside. They try to pick up the leader, Key of Life, still a length away. Twice as Sweet striding forward now. Key of Life, Twice as Sweet, looking for Hope in third. Baytown Lovely is in fourth. Twice as Sweet trying to chase down Key of Life, who responds to the challenge, opens up at the 16th pole. Key of Life gone with the lead for Florent Giroux. Key of Life by 5 widening lengths coming to the line. Key of Life to win it. Twice as Sweet was second. Baytown Lovely across the line in third. Ribbons in her hair was fourth.
What an impressive performance from Key of Life. The 4-5 favorite comes through here today. The daughter of Motown for Brad Cox. The 4 came alongside of her, at least tried to. Twice as Sweet But once she did, and once Flo said, let's go on, Philly, she kicked on and really extended herself. That is a brilliant performance and another fast time for this young filly.
Yeah, twice as sweet, the second place finisher. She's no slouch, and she ranged up looking like she was going to pass her. And Key of Life said, not today. And she just widened the margin of victory in the late stages of the race. This is a filly that just keeps on getting better and better. Key of Life getting the victory for Brad Cox under Florent Giroux.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 7, Key of Life, was first. Number 4, Twice as Sweet, was second. Number 8, Baytown Lovely, third. Number 6, Ribbons in Her Hair, fourth. 7-4-8-5-8-6, unofficial. 7-4-8-6, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the Medaglia d'Oro, number 7, Key of Life, owned by Fleury Racing Stables, LLC of Staten Fleury, owned by Hoffman Family Racing, LLC of Gregory Hoffman, trained by Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, the jockey. Number 7, Key of Life, 2-year-old filly by Motown, out of Long Ride to Wisdom by Harlan's Holiday. The winner bred in Kentucky by Morrow Bloodstock International Incorporated. 1 minute 10.51 seconds, the time for the 6 furlongs. Results official, 7-4-8-6. Official results, Keeneland's third. In the winner's circle, Nicole Cohen makes the Medaglia d'Oro trophy presentation to the connections of Key of Life. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Also the start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. The turf is firm, the rail at 10 feet today. In the fourth race, scratch 10, 1 for Richie. Again, scratch the 10, 1 for Richie. Race 5, scratch the 6, Halaga. That's race 5, scratch the 6, Halaga. Sixth race, scratch number 6, Brighter Days Ahead. Scratch the 7, Big Hat Willie. Scratch the 12, Mabu High. Scratch 13, Fashion King. Also scratch 15, Monbequake, and 16, Easy Action. That's in the 6th race. Scratch the 6, Brighter Days Ahead. Scratch the 7, Big Hat Willie. Also scratch the 12, Mabu High. Scratch 13, Fashion King. Also scratch 15, Monbequake, and 16, Easy Action. A reminder, number 14, Ironsides, draws into the race, but contrary to the program is a gelding. Checking the later races in that Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Race 8. Take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. That is race 8. Take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. Did not draw into the race. 10th and final event, the final leg of that Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Take out number 13, Go Big Blue Nation, did not draw into the race. Turf is firm, main track fast.
We move on to race number 4. Keep in mind this fourth race does start that $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Races 4, 8, and 10, the sequence for the $3 Turf Pick 3, which had great returns over the last couple of meets here at Keeneland Racecourse. So we look forward to having that first opportunity in the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 starting in race at number 4. There's the 8 horse to begin the conversation. That is Johnny Unleashed. He's been quite a warrior for these connections. He's made over $300,000. He has danced some big dances in the past. He's tackled Golden Pal on a couple of occasions, who unarguably is the best turf sprinter in North America. In fact, he was second behind Golden Pal here back in the springtime in the Grade 2 Shakertown. So the class relief that he gets out of those stakes races here today, Gabby, into a third level allowance condition, I think really should help him out at odds of 7-2.
It should. It just sometimes you look at a horse's past performances and they just show up every time they hit the board against tougher company. And sometimes when they find easier company, that doesn't always mean a win. Sometimes horses get into the habit or the rut of losing. Now, I picked against him, but I can understand why you go to him, Scott. This is a big class relief from his past performances.
The number 5 horse is your top place, Strike Me Down. Michelle Level, she's made, I don't want to say a career out of these turf sprinters, but it really seems as though that has been her niche over the past couple of seasons. And here's a 7-year-old who has made quite a bit of money over the course of his 30 runs, over $400,000.
She does very well with turf sprinters. She can do well with anything. I mean, she's got a really nice 2-year-old this year as well. But this horse is that prototypical turf sprinter. I think he'll get the right type of pace in front of him. They try to stretch him out to the mile against Two Other Than Allowance Company last time out, but he is just a better sprinter. And I think he'll come into the race with good form, especially turning back in distance. He's run on the Keeneland Turf before in the past, and he finished a good second. It was one of his fastest figures in his career. So I think for a long shot, he's definitely a logical contender.
The number 2 is not a bad price, 6-1 on the Ride of a Lifetime, colt by Candy Ride, who ran on the grass just for the second time in his career last time out. That was the first time sprinting on the turf, and his first turf try was in the Grade 1 Bruce D, formerly the Secretariat Stakes up at Arlington Park. So different type of competition, also obviously different situation from a route race to a sprint race, and he looks to be a very straightforward colt, one that should be able to stalk and try to pounce on him with Ray Gutierrez in the saddle.
I've always been a big fan of this horse, and I hope that he's finally found his identity as being maybe a turf sprinter, because he's put on some excellent performances, and sometimes he's been really disappointing. One of those races was right here at Keeneland during the spring meeting. He finished last in that race against Two Other Than Allowance Company. I think he's capable of being a really good horse, and maybe now he's finally found his niche.
Joker on Jack is the 3 Wesley Ward with a turf sprinter here at Keeneland. That's something that we will state time and time and time again, and he brings in such live stock, and there he is being saddled away from the all-weather stalls. This is a son of Declaration of War. Only one race in the past here at Keeneland. You go back to the spring of 2021, where he was third behind Maven, a nice Wesley Ward runner as well. So you've got to respect him, and especially, I think, moving back onto the turf course.
The problem with this, it's Wesley Ward. It's a sprint race. You're not going to get any value. He's probably going to be lower odds than what he should be. But at the same token, Wesley wins these races. So it's you have to kind of think about that and what you prefer.
And then finally, the 6 horse at 9-2, getting plenty of attention right now compared to say, the Wesley runner who's 4-1. Casanova Kitten, I went in this direction as my third choice, just simply based on moving back to grass. I think that is obviously what he wants to do, and he's a Kitten's Joy 5-year-old who has won in the past here at Keeneland on the turf.
He's tried several things, synthetic, sprinting, route races as well, and I definitely think his best he is best when he is sprinting on the turf. Look at his race back in the spring here at Keeneland. He won a nice other than. His race 2 starts back at Kentucky Downs was quite good against Claiming Company. So yes, I think this is the right spot for Casanova Kitten, and he's being respected on the tote board right now at 9-2. A very competitive race, as we have only, the favoritism is going back and forth between the 3 at 4-1 and the 8 at 4-1. But another competitive race here. We're 14 minutes out from race 4. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Nyquist, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf rail at 10 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the Keeneland turf pick 3 as well. Scratch the 10, 1 for Richie. Post time, 6 minutes.
And there is the Best Turned Out Award winner, the Ride of a Lifetime, with Ray Gutierrez in the saddle for Stephen Fidel. 5-1 right now on the board as this colt looks to remain unbeaten sprinting on the turf course.
And he looks really racy today, which I think is probably a good thing for him. Scott, sometimes in the afternoon at Keeneland, the times that I've seen him before in the past, I think he really does tout himself on the days that he runs well, and sometimes the opposite. But right now he looks like he's on the muscle, and that's what you want to see in a turf sprinter.
Let's go to the 3-horse 9-2 Joker on Jack for Wesley Ward Ice Wine Stable. Prices drifted a bit, was 4-1 a few moments back, up a half a point, up to 9-2, 4.5-1.
The funny thing about Wesley's horses, and I think you can agree with me on this, is that they could be incredibly fast, and they don't really show that on the track. They can be really calm and collected and docile, and then when the gates open, they have this brilliant speed in the afternoon. I'm not saying that this horse has brilliant speed, but he is quick. This is the right spot. He is a turf sprinter. I just like how he's acting today. Physically, he looks great. It's no surprise, but it's more so about how he's acting.
Mark of the Z is the 9, 8-1 E.T. Baird. He took the opener here on opening day with a 15-1 shot. And here's a Michigan bred that is competing down here in Kentucky at Keeneland. So it's something that you don't often see. There aren't too many Michigan breds out there, period. But here is a gelding that's done quite well over the course of his career. 10-time winner from 37 starts, over $200,000 in earnings.
When I was looking at him in the post parade, Scott, he just had a lot of pep in his step, and you can even see it right now. He looks like a happy horse on the track. And when I was looking at his past performances, maybe he is one that we've overlooked a little bit, because some of his best races would win this race. He just has to put forth his A effort, and he could be really competitive at 8-1, but he just looks great right now.
Starts the $3 Turf Pick 3 here at Keeneland. Races 4, 8, and 10. That sequence. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Nyquist. Start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. At the post. They're off. The Ride of a Lifetime comes out for the lead. Johnny Unleashed was quick into stride as well. Johnny Unleashed moves up between horses, has the lead. Mark of the Z goes to second. The Ride of a Lifetime backs away into third. Be Here is in fourth. Strike Me Down fifth. Casanova Kitten sixth. Up on the far outside. Toronto Toro seventh. Joker on Jack is eighth alongside of that one. Robo Man last of the nine as they head onto the far turn. Opening quarter in 21.6 seconds. Johnny Unleashed, the leader. Johnny Unleashed against the rail around the turn. Leads it by 3 lengths. Mark of the Z is second by a length and a half. Strike Me Down is third. Be Here is in fourth between horses. The Ride of a Lifetime tries to fight back down toward the rail off the turn and a tussle for that third. Now for the second position. But Johnny Unleashed, the leader, as Mark of the Z has gone to second. 2 lengths separate the top two. The Ride of a Lifetime is third. Be Here, then Strike Me Down. And here's Mark of the Z. Mark of the Z right alongside of Johnny Unleashed. Mark of the Z puts ahead in front. Mark of the Z to win it. E.T. Baird, second win on the card. Mark of the Z, your winner. Johnny Unleashed was second. And then further back, Be Here was third.
The Michigan bred invading Kentucky and picking up a victory here at Keeneland for the second time in his career. He's now a 2-time winner over this turf course sprinting. And you heard it from Kurt Becker, second win on the day for E.T. Baird.
And not on the lead by E.T. Barrett as well. He actually stalked us off the pace. The number 8 horse, Johnny Unleashed, setting the tempo early. This horse stalking nicely and pulling away with a victory. He looked like such a happy horse pre-race, and he ran to those looks this afternoon, actually ticking down again in price. He gets the unofficial win today at 6-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 9, Mark of the Z, finished first. Number 8, Johnny Unleashed, second. Number 4, Be Here, third. Number 2, The Ride of a Lifetime, fourth. 9842, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's fourth race official. 9-8-4-2, the official results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the official winner of the Nyquist number 9, Mark of the Z, owned by Jose Rodriguez, trained by Fernando Bahena. 2 wins today for jockey E.T. Baird. Mark of the Z, a 6-year-old gelded son of Zulu Magic out of Katy First by predecessor, bred in Michigan by Thomas L. Zimmer. 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed firm, 1 minute 2.17 seconds. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Nyquist. Jill Littleton presents to the connections of number 9, Mark of the Z. Race 5 on the way, double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6. Main track is fast. The turf is firm. The rail at 10 feet on the turf course today. In race 5, scratch the 6, Halaga. Scratch the 6, Halaga. 6th race, scratch number 6, Brighter Days Ahead. Scratch the 7, Big Hat Willie. Scratch number 12, Mabuhay. Scratch 13, Fashion King. Also scratch 15, Monbequake, and 16, Easy Action. That's in the 6th race. Scratch number 6, Brighter Days Ahead. Also the 7, Big Hat Willie. Scratch the 12, Mabuhay. Scratch 13, Fashion King. Also scratch 15, Monbequake, and 16, Easy Action. A reminder, number 14, Ironsides, draws into the race, but contrary to the program, is a gelding. 7th race, the stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix has no changes. Race 8, the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes. Take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Race 9, the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades has no changes. 10th and final race, take out number 13, Go Big Blue Nation, did not draw into the race. Fast track, firm turf.
coming up to the halfway point of this 10-race card here on opening day at Keeneland. Race number 5, less than 19 minutes to post. And there's a look at the number 12 horse right now. Co-second choice at 4-1, Olga Isabel for Gustavo Delgado, a filly that's been very quick in both of her races away from the starting gate. She's going to need to be quick, in my opinion, in order to deal with that outside draw. But the outside draw is not deterring me from her. Hopefully she breaks sharp and goes on with it out of that 7-furlong chute.
It's better that she has this outside draw coming out of the 7-furlong chute and not the quick run into the first turn going 2 turns, Scott. So at least there's a little bit of a saving grace with that. And she was poorly posted last time out, too. She broke from post 12 of 12 at Churchill Downs when she won on Derby weekend. I can remember there was a lot going up against her that day. She wasn't really respected by the betting public. She went off at 10-1, and she really did win that race easily. She has been managed well. This is a very tough race, but you know, she might have the talent to break through against winners for the first time.
You're going with the long shot right now, 19-1 Street Jam for Ian Wilkes. Back onto the dirt, she'll cut back in distance. What led you in the direction of this Street Sense filly?
So when I looked at the shorter prices, I kept poking holes in them, like Beguine, the number 9, and the 12, Olga Isabel. I couldn't fully commit to the shorter priced horses, so I wanted to shop for a horse that offered a little bit of a higher price and better value. The 7 Street Jam, discount her last race. She clearly doesn't like turf. Her race 2 starts back. Once she got angled out into the center of the racetrack, she actually started to run on really nicely, and her debut was good. She closed from the clouds, 10 lengths off the pace to close and get the victory by 2 lengths. I think there's more to her. She probably needs the right pace flow, but 7/8 with a quicker pace, I think could be good for her. Now, is she good enough to win? I don't know, but I think she's good enough to hit the board at double-digit odds.
The number 9, Beguine, is the current favorite at 7-2. Very lukewarm. Not a lot of separation in the win pools between the top 4. You've got 3 horses sitting at 4-1. But this filly at 7-2, daughter of Gunrunner. Gunrunner looking for a second win on the main track today here at Keeneland Racecourse. And clearly things did not go right for her in the Black-Eyed Susan, but she showed some ability and some talent in those races down at Oaklawn earlier in the spring.
And that's the thing. You hit the nail on the head there, Scott. I've found that at Oaklawn, sometimes horses, it can be a horse for course type of situation, and sometimes horses really winter well at Oaklawn. It's a very specific type of track, and sometimes they don't take that form elsewhere. Now, I think it's also hard to really kind of typecast her that way because it's one race that she ran poorly in, and it was the Black-Eyed Susan, and she hasn't been seen since then, so maybe something happened. But that sometimes is a concern when you see horses that flourish at one racetrack over the winter, and that was Oaklawn for her.
And then finally, drawn post 1, Golden Sights for Brad Cox, Hoffman Family Racing, Clay Scher in this instance with the daughter of Golden Sense. Inside post, Flo's got to be aggressive from there, but she's a filly that has shown up in the top 3, and in fact in the top 2 in 6 of her 8 lifetime starts. So you've got to respect the consistency that this Golden Sense filly has put forth throughout her career.
That's why I used her in the exacta, just because she has heart. It doesn't really matter what distance, what surface she runs on. She just always shows up, and I actually think she's starting to get a little bit better. Maybe not necessarily because of the turf, but maybe just because of experience and maturity. So coming back to the dirt, I think she could be one to keep an eye on, especially when you're talking about the connections and at this price at 4-1.
For you Pick 6 players, this race does start that Pick 6, so get involved on opening day in the Pick 6. If you wish to do so, you've got less than 15 minutes to get those wagers in. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the Street Sense, an allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6. Main track is fast, the turf is firm. A reminder, in this fifth race, scratch number 6, Halaga. Post time, 7 minutes.
Pick 6 is coming up next, 5 minutes away from the fifth race today. This race, 7 furlongs on the main track, a first level allowance, and this is a tough race, even after looking at some of these fillies trackside. The 12, Olga Isabel, though, I will say, really made a lovely appearance, and in my opinion kind of stood out from the rest of her contenders, at least from how she looks and how she acts. She just possesses a lot of class, and you can see that on the track. She's a little fiery. She definitely has a little bit of an attitude on the track. She's been tossing her head a bit, but you can just see the bounce in her stride, and she just looks like a happy horse that's enjoying herself this afternoon at 4-1. She will have to work at a trip from that outside post, but I think she can, a similar way that she did last last time out, breaking from post 12 of 12, going the one-turn mile at Churchill Downs. She has the speed to get herself in the game from the get-go. I think that's key. Hopefully she breaks well and finds herself in a good position. The number 9, Begin, just towards her inside a little bit. This filly, you know, she looked like she was getting better and better in the early portion of this year. The Connections decided to run her in the Grade 2 Black-Eyed Susan on Preakness weekend, and she kind of fell apart. She showed speed and just stopped abruptly to finish almost last in that event. She's been sidelined since then, but on the comeback, she does look fit, and I do like the fact that they bring her back going a one-turn distance. Not to say that she can't stretch out eventually, but I do think that this is a really good starting point for her. And again, she just possesses a lot of good energy. She's on her toes. She looks great coming off that lengthy layoff. And then finally, one more horse, the number 5, No Silver Spoon here. I was on the fence with her. This is a filly that ran really well first time out when she was trained by Brad Cox. She won that maiden $100,000 claiming race by 8 lengths. She came back first off the claim to finish a really good second at 70 cents of the dollar. Now, she kind of fell apart last time out. I don't really know what happened to her. She just didn't show that normal speed. Maybe it was just the fact that it was such a fast pace, and maybe she doesn't want to go necessarily a mile and a 16th. So going back to the drawing board, giving her a freshen up, and cutting her back in distance, I think all the right moves. But she's another one. I would say the 3 that I just talked about, they just showed the most energy, positive energy on the track. As you can see, she looks very bright on the track, bright and alert right now at 4-1. But a very competitive field, good-looking 3-year-old fillies coming up next to kick off that pick 6 action.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Street Scent, start of the pick 6.
guys, get back to 3 out. 2 out. Hold on. One second, he said. We got 2 outs. I just want to make sure that we don't need to redo it. Sure it's okay? Huh? All right. One second. Huh? What? He's talking about. Okay.
They are at the post. And they're off. There's Street Jam from in between horses. Golden Sights to the inside. Towser is there. Olga Isabel far outside. Now moves up, puts ahead in front. Beguine is up close to the early pace. Jag Warrior is there in fourth. Olga Isabel, the leader. Olga Isabel from the outside leads at 3/4 of a length. Here's Towser up the inside. A closer second by just a half length. Beguine third between horses. Jag Warrior fourth up on the outside. Then a gap of 3 more lengths to Golden Sights, who is in the 5th position. No Silver Spoons here is in 6th. Ring Me Darling 7th on her outside into the far turn, and is followed by Fast and Flirty, who is next down toward the rail. Then Code for Success toward the outside, 10 lengths off the lead, though midway on the final turn. Street Jam drops out next to last, joined there by Miss Maddie B. 22.29 for the quarter, 45.04 seconds for the opening half mile. Olga Isabel, the leader by a length and a half. Jag Warrior goes second on the outside. Beguine is third. Code for Success is in fourth, and still 7 lengths from the front. Off the far turn, plenty of room for Beguine to come up the inside after Olga Isabel, who drifted out to the center of the track. And now Jag Warrior moves between horses, and Code for Success is fourth, still 5 lengths away. Olga Isabel fights back, has the lead. Jag Warrior there to the inside. Olga Isabel, Jag Warrior, 1-2, separated by a length past the 16th pole. Olga Isabel, Jag Warrior still moving to her inside. Olga Isabel, Jag Warrior. Olga Isabel looked to have her nose down on the line. It'll either be her or Jag Warrior in today's 5th.
Olga Isabel utilizing that speed from that outside draw and took it to him early. She came wide off the turn, as you heard there from Kurt Becker, even drifts out a bit there, and that causes Jag Warrior to have to go down to the inside to look for racing room, and they're going to hook up here late, but it does appear Olga Isabel is able to hold on slightly over her main foe, Jag Warrior, to her inside.
Yeah, Olga Isabel and Joel Rosario gave the 11 Jag Warrior and Martin Garcia a little bit of an advantage coming around the turn, because the 11 could corner, whereas the 12, Olga Isabel, had to go very, very wide. And in the end, it was close, very close. But this filly's class paid off even with that outside post position. She gets the unofficial victory here at 9-2.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Inquiry and objection signs both posted. More information on Keeneland's 5th in just a moment. Hold all tickets. Steward's inquiry and also a claim of foul pending concerning the top 2 in the unofficial order of finish. The jockey of the runner-up, number 11, Jag Warrior, has lodged a claim of foul against the jockey of the 12, Olga Isabel, alleging interference. Moving off the far turn into the stretch. Hold all tickets. There's also a steward's inquiry, which focuses from the quarter pole into the stretch as well. 12-11-3-4 is the unofficial result. Inquiry and objection pending concerning the top two in that unofficial result. Split screen on the monitors, program feed to the left, the head on to the right. At Keeneland, there has been a disqualification. In Keeneland's fifth race, stewards have ruled that for committing interference, moving off the far turn and into the stretch, number 12, Olga Isabel, who finished first, shall be disqualified and placed second. Number 11, Jag Warrior, who finished second, shall be placed first. Once again, the split screen on the television monitors, the program feed to the left, the head-on view to the right. The new numbers 11, 12, 3, 4 for Keeneland's fifth race. Race 5, results official. 11, 12, 3, 4, the official results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Street Sense, number 11, Jag Warrior, owned by Robert Gauthier, Tony Krish, and Chad Gibbons. The trainer, Dale Romans. The jockey, Martine Garcia. Jag Warrior, 3-year-old filly by Shackelford, out of Marquee Delivery by Marquetry. Winner bred in Kentucky by David Jacobs, Cockadoodle-Doo, and Gibbons Wings. 7 furlongs, 123.65. Results official, 11, 12, 3, 4. In the winner's circle, the Street Sense Trophy presentation. Keeneland sixth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5. Main track is fast, turf is firm. Again, the rail at 10 feet on the turf course today. In the sixth race, scratch number 6, Brighter Days Ahead. Scratch the 7, Big Hat Willie. Scratch number 12, Mabuhay. Scratch 13, Fashion King. Also scratch 15, Monbequake, and 16, Easy Action. Again, scratch the 6, Brighter Days Ahead. Scratch the 7, Big Hat Willie. Scratch 12, Mabuhay. Scratch 13, Fashion King. Also scratch 15, Monbequake, and 16, Easy Action. A reminder, number 14, Ironsides, draws into the race, but contrary to the program, is a gelding. Seventh race, the stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix, no changes. Eighth race, the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. No changes in the featured ninth, the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. 10th and final race, take out number 13, Go Big Blue Nation, did not draw into the race.
In today's fifth race at Keeneland, there has been a disqualification. Number 12, who was the unofficial winner, crossed the wire first. There was a steward's inquiry into the stretch run involving the top two finishers, 12 and 11. There was also an objection lodged by the jockey of number 11, alleging interference by the 12. That was confirmed by the stewards. The number 12 bore out approaching the quarter pole and carried the 11 out past the middle of the racetrack, causing him to lose ground. And as a result, the 12 is disqualified from first and placed second. Official order of finish at Keeneland's fifth race today, 11, 12, 3, 4.
Race number 6, 2-year-old maiden special weight event, $100,000 in purse money on the line. This race does start the late pick 5 with all of those stakes races still to come as we kick off Fall Stars weekend here at Keeneland Racecourse. There is the 3-horse Mobster for DJ Stable, a colt by Uncle Mo from the Meadow Lake First Dam Meadow Breeze, who was a Grade 1 winner. She has done nothing but produce 2-year-old winners so far, Gabby, and I'll take a shot with him here today as he debuts at odds of 6-1. Mark Casse, DJ Stable, and Tyler Gafflione.
At DJ Stable, they do an amazing job. They've had so much success with especially going to the yearling sales, finding horses, and then having early success, even late success with some of the horses they've been finding at the sale. So, yes, I agree with you with the 3 Mobster. I used him in the top 3, but this race, I think, is loaded with some of those first-time starters, he being one of them.
And the 1-horse, another first-time starter, Golden Bandit, Florent Giroux, Brad Cox for the Butzos, a homebred in Kentucky for Barry and Joni, and a colt by Midnight Luton. Speaking of a family of 2-year-old winners, this mare, Scent of Gold, has had 2 runners. Both of them have won at the age of 2, so the precocity is there on the female side of things.
Definitely the precocity on the female family, Scott, and you can even see that from his physical build here in the paddock today.
And then finally, the number 4 horse, Liberty's Hauler for NBS Stable, an Army Mule colt who was purchased last year as a yearling for $390,000 at the Keeneland September sale. The Army Mules runners, colts and fillies, have done very well this season, and for them to go to $390 on a yearling from a first crop stallion as Army Mule was last year, that's got to be positive. And you also have Joel Rosario in the saddle, currently sitting at odds of 5-1.
Yeah, I think when you see a freshman stallion and their yearlings go for that type of price, they're unproven, right? So I think more importantly, it's how the horse is built physically and how much of a standout, how much natural athleticism the horse has as a yearling. And you can see that with this horse. I mean, Army Mule, we'll see what his progeny continues to do moving forward. But from what I've seen, they're just long and lanky. They just look like they cover a lot of ground, Scott.
There's a look at the favorite, Golden Bandit, for the time being. He's 5-2, slight favorite over the number 11 horse, who sits at 3-1. Late pick 5 time here at Keeneland. Less than 13 minutes to post before race 6.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Essential Quality, maiden special weight, 2-year-old 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double in pick 3 and also started the late pick 5 here in today's 6th race. A reminder, scratch the 6, Brighter Days Ahead. Scratch the 7, Big Hat Willie. Scratch number 12, Mabuhay. Scratch 13, Fashion King. Also scratch 15, Monbequake, and 16, Easy Action. Remember, number 14, Ironsides, draws into the race, but contrary to the program is a gelding. Post time in 5 minutes.
Frontside observations for race number 6, and these youngsters, many of them looking to kick off their career, and Mobster, one of them, classy looking colt, Gabby. That's just the first thing that came to mind when watching him walk through the tunnel. His build, his demeanor, he just looks like a classy son of Uncle Mo.
He has a presence, doesn't he? The way that he's just presenting himself this afternoon, I'm getting more and more impressed by him. He's kind of hidden behind the 4-horse, which we'll get to in just a moment. So if you want to take in the looks of the 4 as well, have at it. But this horse is just, you know, when he was in the paddock, Scott, when I was following him out, he was winning a bit. It looked like maybe he was a bit overwhelmed by the crowd and the paddock. But now that he's on the track, I definitely have seen him kind of shift over to a more professional self. But physically, I mean, he is a beautiful looking individual.
We saw the 4 there for a bit. Let's put him on full screen. There he is. That is the Army Mule Colt, the $390,000 Keeneland graduate from the September sale last year for NBS Stable. NBS Stable, those orange silks, they will spend some money on some high-quality bloodstock, and we'll see what they've got on their hands here today under the care of Al Saul Jr.
Well, I was just talking to Al on the way out of the paddock, too, and I asked him, has he had much experience with the progeny of Army Mule? And he said no, but he does think that physically, he doesn't really look like an Army mule in that he has a lot more leg to him. Sometimes Army mules can be a bit more compact and stocky. This horse has an elegant leg to him and a lot of length just in general. But he did say one concern. He thinks he's going to be a very nice horse, no doubt about it. But he doesn't know how much speed he possesses. So 6 furlongs, it just might be a touch too short.
The number 10 horse, Collier's Time, I thought he was an impressive looking sort. We saw him showing some energy, getting a little rambunctious, but it looks like he's settled in right now with Chris Landeros. He's a massive price at odds of 40-1, but he just caught my eye. Good looking chestnut son of Klimt.
He's another one that I wouldn't be surprised if he wants a little bit more distance in the future, but I agree, maybe a horse that can outrun his odds at 40-1.
2 minutes to post. Race 6, start of the late pick 5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, start of the late pick 5. Race 6, the Essential Quality. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Walaka. Walaka comes out for the lead. Dakota Run is there. Mobster moves up down toward the inside. Mobster up to take the lead now. Walaka second. Dakota Run third. Ironsides. Fourth up on the far outside. ZZ's Prince. A lane off the rail in fifth. Golden Bandit sixth to the inside of that one. And then a gap of 2 lengths to Sir in seventh. My Uncle Leon is against the rail in eighth position. Liberty's Holler ninth. A break of 8 more lengths then back to Collier's Time, who's last of the 10. 22.86 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Walaka, the leader, a half length. Dakota Run second on the outside, midway on the far turn. Ironsides is third, has lost contact with the top 2. There's Golden Bandit now, threading the needle between horses, moves up from fourth into third, and will have to switch lanes again, this time to the outside, still 3 lengths off the front pair. Dakota Run, Walaka, they fight it out for the lead, and now Golden Bandit tries to join them in third, but still 3 lengths away. Past the 8th pole they go. Walaka and Dakota Run and Walaka with Golden Bandit in third. And still Walaka fights on. Likewise for Dakota Run. 16th pole, Walaka a neck in front. Dakota Run is there. Walaka, Dakota Run, Walaka to win it for Adam Beskidzta. Dakota Run was home second. Mobster came up the inside third, close for fourth.
A 22-1 upset to start the late pick 5 here at Keeneland on opening day. Walaka with Adam Biskitsa able to keep on going. The gray son of Tail of the Cat, Dakota Run, tried to bite into that advantage that he had, but he started to get a little bit weary here late. They come together just a bit. I don't know how much contact was there, maybe none at all, but nonetheless, Walaka was able to continue to find and pull off this big upset for Kelsey Danner.
How about these prices so far today? 22-1 on top, underneath an 11-1 shot, an 8-9 unofficial exacta. We have had prices just deliver all throughout the afternoon. Who knows what's going to come on the second half of the card?
Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race. Number 8, Walaka, was first. Number 9, Dakota Run, second. Number 3, Mobster, third. And number 10, Collier's Time, was fourth. 8-9-3-10, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, the Essential Quality, number 8, Walaka, owned by Dee McGee, trained by Kelsey Danner. Adam Biskitsa, the jockey. Walaka, 2-year-old son of Malibu Moon out of St. John's River by Include, bred in Kentucky by Heaven Trees Farm. 6 furlongs, 1 minute, 11.91 seconds. Results official for Keeneland's 6th race, 8-9-3-10, official. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the essential quality Caitlin Morgan presents to the connections of Walaka. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Main track fast. Turf firm today. No changes in race 7. Looking ahead, the 8th race. A reminder, take out the also eligibles. They did not draw into the race 13 through 16. Featured 9th race. There are no changes in the Darley Alcibiades 10th and final event. Take out number 13, Go Big Blue Nation. That's the 10th and final event. Take out number 13, Go Big Blue Nation, did not draw into the race.
I love the Breeders' Cup, winning your in-series.
To win one of these challenge series is a way that we kind of map out our schedule throughout the year with our horses.
So if we're considering two different races and one was a win and you're in and one was a not, then I think that would be the tiebreaker for us.
Automatic berth takes a lot of pressure off.
Breeders' Cup Challenge, win, and you're in.
It is stakes race time here on opening day of Fall Stars Weekend, the first of 3 Breeders' Cup Challenge Series win and you're in events. We'll start with the Stoll, Keeneland, Ogden, Phoenix Stakes. An automatic berth into the Breeders' Cup Sprint back here at the beginning of November is on the line, and right now Sibelius is the even money favorite, a horse that has been on the ascend this year, and especially in his last 2 races with impressive performances, fast times, and he also has course form here at Keeneland. He's 1 for 1 in the past, so you've got to respect this horse, and he certainly is receiving it right now at odds of even money.
Yeah, and he is in better form now than he ever was in. Jeremiah O'Dwyer, his trainer, saying that he doesn't really know exactly what led to the turnaround for this horse, but it definitely, he has turned around in his last 2 starts. He won that last race at Pimlico by over 7 lengths. He did it in hand, and these aren't easy horses or bad horses that he's beating. Jackson Traveler is a very nice sprinter for Steve Asmussen, so he's beating quality horses, and maybe he's just hitting the right time. He's the now horse to me, Scott.
Special Reserve, the number 2 horse, who's 7-2 on the board. He won this race last year, and that was off of a second-place finish in the Grade 1 Vanderbilt up at Saratoga. Comes into Keeneland and wins by a neck over Aloha West, who would eventually win the Breeders' Cup Sprint down at Del Mar. But I think both you and I agree that even though he's won here in this season over at Mountaineer, his performances have not been near as good as what we saw from him at this stage of last year.
No, and they approached the year differently with him as well. It took him a long time to get him back this year, from November to July. His first race back was in the DeFrancis Dash, and he didn't run well in that race. And then they picked out an easier spot for him at Mountaineer last time out, whereas last year he was running in the Grade 1 Vanderbilt, the Maryland Sprint over Preakness weekend, the Commonwealth here at Keeneland. It was just a different campaign, and I don't know that he is at the same point right now at this point of the year. Special Reserve. So I think that's what it makes sense given his odds on the tote board right now.
The number 3 horse, Top Gunner, is 11-1. Gabby's got this Son of Instant Mischief as her second selection. His last 3 races have ended up being defeats, but we'll see if he can bounce back. A horse that had won a stakes race at the beginning of the year, midway through the springtime, I should say, over at Churchill Downs. He's making his Keeneland debut here today, the 3.
He had a tough trip, 2 starts back at Prairie Meadows, so I don't think you can hold that against him. And then last time out, look at the interior fractions, look at the opening quarter fractions. They went really fast at Churchill Downs, 21-1, 44 flat for the half. He pressed a very fast pace and then tired late off of a couple of months on the shelf. I just think he probably needed the race, and he ran well, all considering the pace. I don't think it's going to be as fast today.
And then Necker Island, 7-2, getting solid support here today for the Share Boys. And Chris Hartman, a Keeneland graduate from the 2018 September sale. He's closing in on $850,000 in earnings. And this is a horse that they've done a lot with him, but this year, Gabby, the focus as of late has been in sprints, and he's a stalking sprint type, and he has really taken to this new campaign that they've put forth for the Son of Hard Spun. So you got to respect him, and he's getting it. He's 7-2 right now in the wager.
The only issue I have with him is he comes out of the same race that Top Gunner comes out of, and I thought it featured a very fast pace, and it set up for a horse to close from off of it. Necker Island was the closer in the race, and he couldn't quite completely take advantage of of that situation. I don't anticipate it being as fast as a pace in this race today.
Race number 7, not only the start of the Breeders' Cup Challenge Series races for this weekend and the stakes action for this fall meet, but it also starts the late pick 4. Make sure you get involved. Late pick 4, 50 cent minimum wager, beginning here with the Grade 2 Stoll, Keenan, Ogden, Phoenix Stakes, $350,000 in purse money on the line.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, 170th running of the stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix, a Grade 2. Stakes for 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. A win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint Division. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. There are no changes in race 7. Post time at just 6 minutes. Main track is fast. Turf is firm. Start of the late pick 4. Let's meet the starters for race 7. The stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix, number 1, Sir Alfred James, owned by the Built Right Stables, LLC, of Norman and Lola Cash, trained by Norman Cash with Rafael Bejarano in the jockey. Number 2, Special Reserve, is owned by the Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Proscia. David Staudiker, the co-owner, Mike Maker trains, and it is Tyler Gaffalione who is aboard. Top Gunner, number 3, races for 4G Racing LLC of Brent Gassaway, trained by John Ortiz. Raylu Gutierrez is the jockey. Baytown Bear, number 4, races for McEntee Racing Incorporated, a trainer, Paul McEntee, with Jack Gilligan to ride. Number 5, Sibelius, owned by June Park and Delia Nash, trained by Jeremiah O'Dwyer, with Junior Alvarado, the jockey. Number 6, Necker Island, owned by the Share Boys of Wayne Share, trained by Chris Hartman. Francisco Arrieta is up. Manny Waugh, number 7, owned by Susan Moulton, trained by Wayne Catalano, the jockey Corey Lannery. Number 8, Long Range Toddy, owned by Zenith Racing, trained by Dallas Stewart, the jockey Paco Lopez. Less than 5 minutes to post. Start of the late pick 4.
Horses warming up for the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix Stakes, and we will take a look at Necker Island, the 6th to start. He is a big sort. I think you can see from his size why route racing is part of his routine, or was in the past, and a classy-looking son of Hardspun as he looks for his first attempt, is making his first attempt on this Keeneland main track.
Yeah, he's pretty versatile. You can see in his form he can win going farther distances than the distance he's going today, but he can win at this distance. I mean, he really does always show up and try. The problem that I have with him, at least on paper, and physically he looks great. On paper, it does look like horses have a little bit more success if they're forwardly placed on this track today. And also, he got a fast pace last time out to close into. He got the right setup. Today, I don't know that that is the case for him.
There's Manny Waugh in the foreground of this shot, the son of Will Take Charge. She's been quite the warrior for Susan Moulton and Wayne Catalano. It's been a while since he's won a race, but obviously he's a horse that belongs to be in this kind of class as we get a good look at that son of Will Take Charge.
That's a great shot, and he just looks so beautiful. Look at him, just bound his neck, just being so professional, so confident on the track. This is a horse that I was really clocking exiting the paddock today, and he just continues to impress me as a big long shot at 15-1.
And then 16-1 on Long Range Toddy. Get a look at this son of Take Charge Indy. He's made over $1.1 million. He's only had one previous run here at Keeneland. That was in the Grade 3 Commonwealth back in the springtime here, and he was second that day. So you've got to consider him. He was behind Prevalence, who was that nice Godolphin runner for Brendan Walsh. So long shots in here that should outrun their odds. Maybe the outside two would be the ones to focus your attention on.
And with long range Toddy, the 8, he had a troubled trip last time out. He was checked back to last early, and you can't afford to have that happen at any point in time in a sprint race.
Less than 2 minutes to post. The Grade 2 Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix is next here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, 170th running of the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix Grade 2. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint Division. Start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. They're off in the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix. There goes Special Reserve out for the early lead. Top Gunner right there. Long Range Toddy is there up on the outside away running in 3rd. Sibelius comes out in 4th. Baytown Bear between horses in 5th position. Then Sir Alfred James back toward the inside. A gap of 5 more lengths back to the 2 trailers. Necker Island and Manny Wall alongside that one as they head for the far turn. Back up front, Special Reserve leads it by just a half length. Top Gunner right there in 2nd. Opening quarter, 22.08 seconds. And then Long Range Toddy in 3rd. He's lost some ground to the top 2. Now 3 lengths off the front pair. Sibelius 4th up on the outside. Baytown Bear 5th back toward the inside as they come for the top of the stretch. Special Reserve is there with a narrow lead. Top Gunner right there on the outside. Long Range Toddy, then Sibelius, who has to swing way out to the grandstand side in the center of the racetrack. Special Reserve, and now Top Gunner. Top Gunner with a narrow lead. Baytown Bear is going to run late toward the inside. Still 5 lengths from the front, though. Final furlong, and it is Top Gunner with the lead for Raylu Gutierrez. Baytown Bear, now Long Range Toddy diving to the inside. Late charge from Manny Waugh down toward the rail. Coming to the line, Top Gunner a narrow lead, but this will be close, and at the wire, up the rail for the victory. What a stretch run by Manny Waugh.
There is a lot to unpack here in the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix for 2022. Manny Waugh up the inside appears to have pulled this one off as Top Gunner had struck the lead at this stage. He's looking for the wire. He's starting to drift. And is it, in fact, Manny was able to do this? What a run, if, in fact, that is the case down on the far inside.
Yeah, Top Gunner, the 3, just seemed to idle a little bit out on the center of the racetrack, and it was towards the inside, these 2 horses throwing it down, the 2 long shots. Scott coming down to the finish line. It's going to be close, but I do believe it goes to the 17-1 shot. Manny Wah. Wayne Catalano said this horse was doing great before the race, and he ran to his looks.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 7, Manny Wah was first. Number 8, Long Range Toddy was second. Number 3, Top Gunner was third. And number 5, Sibelius was fourth. 7-8-3-5 unofficial. Race 7 results official, 7-8-3-5. The official results for Keeneland's 7th race. Official winner of Keeneland's 7th race, 170th running of the stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix, number 7, Manny Waugh, owned by Susan Moulton, trained by Wayne Catalano, Corey Lannery, the jockey. Manny Waugh, 6-year-old son of Will Take Charge, out of Battlefield Angel by Proud Citizen, bred in Kentucky by Martha Jane Mulholland and Moto Tessio Equine, LLC. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 10.31 seconds over the fast main track. Now the trophy presentation for the stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix, a win and you're in Breeders' Cup Sprint Division race. Presenting the trophy on behalf of stall Keenan Ogden are Sarah Reeves and Chapman Hopkins. Joining them, Bruce Mundy, the president of Phoenix Rising, a grassroots organization dedicated to preserving, promoting, and honoring the vast contributions of African-American horsemen in establishing the bluegrass as the horse capital of the world through its educational, public, and social activities. This commemorates the historic connection between Keeneland and the Kentucky Association Racetrack in downtown Lexington, where the Phoenix Stakes was first run, as well as the support by stall Keenan Ogden and Keeneland for the East End neighborhood where the Kentucky Association thrived for over 100 years.
Favorite little horse. He is cool.
Manny Waugh pulling off the upset in today's Grade 2 stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix Stakes. Wayne Catalano is conditioner and Corey Lannery. What a brilliant ride. How did you manage that journey to pull off this win on that far side up against the rail?
Total accident. He, I just rode my horse. Wayne told me to ride him with confidence, and I spoke with Shane earlier, and he said, just ride him like you know how to ride him, and he'll come running. Hopefully the pace falls apart. And when I seen him in the post parade today, I thought he looked even better than when I rode him last time. And I know he likes this track, so I went in there with a lot of confidence, and I just let him catch his stride. And turn for home, to be honest with you, I didn't know if I was going to catch him. But then when he seen that last little hole, he hit another gear, and he was going to get home.
Job well done.
Thank you.
Wayne, the form coming in was maybe not what you would expect to see from him here today based on the results, but what was the difference for him in this race here today in the Phoenix Stakes?
Well, this horse had a lot of bad luck along his routes. He could have won a few more races. And today, the race, the trip, Corey gave him one, and the horse does what he does. He tries all the time. He's one of our favorite horses in the barn, and everybody loves him, and, he loves everybody. He's a people's horse, and I'm just so happy for Shane and for Miss Susan and for the whole crew and everybody that helped me get to where I am today.
And he's now secured a spot in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, which will take place right here at Keeneland. How big is that for you and the team?
Well, that's kind of what we all in this for. When you get to these big races, that's what we do. And I'm very happy and blessed to have this opportunity once again. And I couldn't have done it for a better person than Susan and Shane. And, it's a great team.
Congratulations, Kat.
Thank you, sir.
Manny Waugh pulling off the win and a brilliant ride from Corey Lannery in today's Grade 2 stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix Stakes.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, the 32nd running of the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes. Turf is firm, rail at 10 feet. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick threes. Double wagering also offered here. Take out 13 through 16. The also eligibles did not draw into the race. Looking ahead to the 9th event, no changes in race 9, the Darley Alcibiades. 10th and final race, take out number 13, Go Big Blue Nation, did not draw into the race. That's the 10th and final event. Takeout number 13. Go Big Blue Nation did not draw into the race.
The stakes action continues here on opening day of Fall Stars weekend. We move next to the Grade 2 JP Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes 2-year-old fillies, as one of these will punch their ticket to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf here at Keeneland on that Superstar Friday, as far as the juveniles are concerned, that first day of the Breeders' Cup weekend. But we will start this with the number 9 horse, that is recognized for Bill Mott. She has run 2 big races on turf. She's got good speed and comes out of that P.G. Johnson at the beginning of September where she displayed that speed. Liked her debut on the turf course, which was back in August. Big, long, leggy filly. And I think today is an opportunity to make a little money on a filly that should be able to outrun her odds. She's 6-1, a Keeneland graduate, a filly by Bolt Doro, that first crop stallion.
I think she's going to appreciate the firm course here because the last time out at Saratoga, it was a little bit heavier ground, and she actually ran well. She finished 3rd at 10-1. But, Scott, I think she'll like this turf course today, and I wouldn't be surprised if she's setting the tempo early, just using her speed to her advantage.
You've got Bling on top, and she's taken some play. This daughter of American Pharoah out of Blonde Bomber, another Keeneland September sales graduate from last year. She ran into Just a Warrior, a nice filly on debut, but she took a big leap forward as far as her turf run was concerned last time out. And obviously she's got the pedigree to improve even further when going out to this further distance here today in the Jessamine.
You would think American Pharoah, she should be able to get added distance to today's distance. But what impressed me most about this filly, Scott, was how she won her last race. She broke sharply. She found herself forwardly placed. And Rafael Bejarano, who was aboard her that day, barely moved a muscle. She won by over 3 lengths, which is significant in a turf sprint. And he never even asked her. If you ask her, I'm just curious to see what she's capable of doing. She just looks like she has raw talent.
Dulcia did something that is not easy. That's win at Kentucky Downs, and especially not easy when it's your first career race, and that's exactly what she did for Joe Sharp and Brad Grady. And now they'll transition over to this route race here today at Keeneland, jumping up into graded stakes competition right off that maiden special weight victory.
Well, a couple of things that are notable for that race. She broke post 12 of 12, so she was way out there. We know how Kentucky Downs is. Some horses love it, some hate it. But she also beat 11 other horses in there. That was a field of 12, and she still figured out how to win. And it was a quick pace, forwardly placed. Everything about that race was really impressive. And even the final time wasn't that bad. I think she's a filly that could really be a factor here, and apparently she's been working really well since her last race.
The number 3 horse, Delight, she has run here at Keeneland in the past, late in that spring meet, the 2-year-old maiden special weight race. She was involved in that. She was 3rd behind Love Reigns, that very impressive runner for Wesley Ward. She was then 3rd at Saratoga in the follow-up, and she finally broke through with that maiden score over at Delaware. So she's been consistently right there, and obviously the battle-tested nature of her career thus far, I think, will go a long way in this big field.
And I believe she was originally entered in the Salima a couple weeks ago, but that came off the turf, so she scratched. So you do wonder how long this race has been on the calendar for this filly, but I do like the fact that they took her out of those races at Keeneland and Saratoga, found an easier spot at Delaware to kind of boost her confidence. She got the victory. She beat a filly named All About Me, and that filly came back to win by 4 lengths at Delaware, so it proved to be a productive local race.
And then finally, we close out the paddock side conversation with the number 2 horse, CC Cruise Control. 18-1 right now. Corey Lannery looking for a stakes double in a matter of just 2 stakes so far this fall meet. She was beaten by Chop Chop, who was unbeaten, 2 for 2 on the turf. We'll see Chop Chop later on in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. So you got to respect that form. Ran into a nice filly, and her 2 turf races have been her best.
I think in 2-year-old races, we're so quick to jump off horses and sometimes jump on the bandwagon after 1 race. Her last race was okay. It wasn't great. She finished 3rd in that stakes race against Chop Chop and Towhead, but it was an absolute bog that day. So I really don't think you can hold it against her, and I also don't think it works in the advantage or in the favor of Towhead either in this race. It's a completely different configuration of the turf course. It's a completely different surface today. So I look more back to her win at Ellis against Maiden Special Weight Company, and that race could be competitive against this field at a big price.
Just awaiting the riders up call for the second of 3 Breeders' Cup Challenge Series win in your in events on opening day here at Keeneland. The J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes is next.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 32nd running of the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes. Grade 2 and a win in year end Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf Division for these 2-year-old fillies going today at 1 mile and a 16th over the firm turf. Rail at 10 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Take out the also eligibles. Number 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Less than 5 minutes to post. Let's meet the starters for race 8, the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes. Number 1, Sabalenka, owned by Dorico Racing and Breeding LLC of Joe Dorico, trained by Whit Beckman, Jose Ortiz, the jockey. 2 is CC Cruise Control, owned by David Menard, trained by Kenny McPeak, jockey Corey Lannery. 3, Delight, owned by the Augustin Stable of George Strawbridge Jr., trained by Jonathan Thomas, Luis Saez, will ride. Number 4, Promise of Hope, owned by JS Stables LLC of Craig Aguiar. Little Red Feather Racing of William Billy Koch, trained by Tom Amos. Edgar Morales will ride. Number 5, Blind Spot, owned by the C2 Racing Stable LLC of Clint and Mark Cornett. Owned also by Stefania Farms LLC of Edward Wilson, trained by Safi Joseph Jr., Edgard Zayas, the jockey. Happy Gal, number 6, owned by S3L LLC of Mickey Siegel, trained by Doug O'Neill, jockey Joel Rosario. 7, Bling, owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr., trained by Victoria Oliver, Rafael Bejarano to ride. 8, Dolcia, owned by Brad Grady, trained by Joe Sharp, jockey is Joe Talamo. 9, Recognize, owned by Sequel Racing of Becky Thomas, owned also by Cypress Creek Equine of Kevin Moody, trained by Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, the jockey. 10, Stephanie's Charm, owned by RT Racing Stable of Ramon Talage, trained by Jose Jimenez, with Noel Beato, the jockey. 11, Knock Your Socks Off, owned by Town & Country Racing LLC of Kiki Cortellis, trained by Chris Block, Flavian Pratt to ride. Towhead, number 12, owned by Deuce Greathouse, trained by Mike Maker, jockey Tyler Gaffaleone. Less than 3 minutes to post.
What a lovely looking group 2-year-old fillies here for the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes. The 1-horse Sabalenka really is a good-looking filly. She's a daughter of Good Samaritan. She's 1 for 1 in her last few as far as that turf event was concerned. She debuted at Colonial. They actually debuted her with Lasix, took the Lasix off in her most recent start and actually put her into the winner's circle. So not sure if that was part of it, but you've got to respect this filly the way that she looks. And Whit Beckman, a young trainer who has had plenty of success on turf as of late, you've got to respect this barn and got to like the way that she looks out there as well. Number 5 horse, Blind Spot, another one that caught my eye. She's a daughter of Cross Traffic for Safi Joseph Jr. 17-1 right now on the board. Just a gorgeous-looking daughter of cross traffic. She's 2 for her last 2. She has yet to try turf, but it comes from a family of turf winners. The first dam, Your Flame in Me, has produced 3 turf winners in the past. It's been quite a productive family, and she has followed in the footsteps of that production, having won her last 2 races. She's already a stakes winner, but that came on the all-weather surface down at Gulfstream Park in the RD Peggy. But 17-1, just like the way that she was warming up, the way that she looked coming out onto the track. Dulcia is the 8. We touched on this filly for Brad Grady. This is the clocker pick from today at Keeneland. Liking the way that she's been working here locally. She put in a workout of 102 flat on the 1st of October to catch the eye of our clocker for today at Keeneland. So keep an eye on Dulcia based on that observation from the clocker pick on today at Keeneland. And then finally, the number 10 horse, Stephanie's Charm. Another one that looked good. She's a daughter of Distorted Humor, who's been such an impactful sire through the years here in Central Kentucky. She's really come on in her last couple of races. We'll see what the rider opts to do from that outside draw. But she's 33-1. That makes her actually the longest shot in this field. I thought that she looked nice and one to potentially consider if you're looking for a long shot in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine, with a spot on the line for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf right back here at Keeneland next month.
Horses have reached the starting gate and are moving into line for Keeneland's 8th race. 32nd running of the Grade 2 J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine. They are at the post. And they're off in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes. Delight is away, running for the early lead. Delight comes right to the front. Bling is there. Towhead from that far outside starting spot moves up to press the issue as well. Bling between horses has the lead. Delight to the inside is second. Towhead is close up in third. CC Cruise Control in close quarters down to the inside fourth. Recognize moves by in the center of the course from the 5th position. Promise of Hope moves up 2 spots from 6th around the first turn. Recognize had to go very wide from the back of the pack. Moves up from the center of the pack now, up within 4 lengths of the lead. And then further back, Blind Spot is down to the inside of Dulcia, heading off the first turn onto the backstretch. Stephanie's Charm, Knock Your Socks Off, Happy Gal, Sabalenka is at the back. The opening quarter, 24.32 seconds. Delight is the leader. Delight leads CC Cruise Control and Bling by just a length and a half. They are joined then by Towhead, fourth out in the center of the course. Blind Spot down to the inside, up close in fifth. 49.61, the time for the opening half mile. Over to the far turn, Delight leads it by a length and a half. Bling is second by just a neck. CC Cruise Control third, Towhead fourth, and now moving up toward the far outside within 3 lengths of the lead. Around the turn, Promise of Hope, Recognize, who's wide again on the turn out in the center of the course. Recognize is still 6 lengths from the front. Delight leads Bling by a length. Towhead is in third. Recognize, then CC Cruise Control, who's looking for room down toward the inside, 3 lengths from the lead. Delight is the leader. Bling is second. CC Cruise Control is in third. Towhead is in fourth. And then Knock Your Socks Off, who's in fifth. Dulcia sixth. Delight the leader. Delight on top by 3, by 4. Back to Bling in second. Then CC Cruise Control. Knock Your Socks Off. Sabalenka coming late. No catching. Delight. Delight. Much the best for jockey Luis Saez and the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes.
What a performance from Delight, and what a ride from Luis Saez to get this filly to slow down on the front end and back him up and have so much left in reserve to kick on and win in this fashion. Daughter of Mendelssohn for Mr. Strawbridge's Augustin stable. Very impressive here today at odds of 7-2 and punching her ticket to the Breeders' Cup.
Photo for Play sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 3, Delight, was first. Number 11, Knock Your Socks Off, was second. Number 7, Bling, was third. Number 1, Sabalenka, fourth. 3-11, 7-1, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official. 3:11.71, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, 32nd running of the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes Grade 2. Number 3, Delight, owned by the Augustin stable of George Strawbridge Jr., trained by Jonathan Thomas. 2 wins today for jockey Luis Saez. Delight, a 2-year-old filly by Mendelssohn out of Honey Trap by Medaglia d'Oro. Bred in Florida by Hickstead Farm. 8.5 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute 44.14 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine, a win in your end Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf Division race. Making the presentation, Mr. Kevin Sutphin, Executive Director representing J.P. Morgan Chase, presents to the connections of Delight.
Delight waltzing on the front end in the J.P. Morgan Chase. Jessamine securing a spot in the Breeders' Cup. Her trainer Jonathan Thomas and Luis Saez joined me here on the turf course. And how easy was that for her to relax out on the front end for you, Luis?
Yeah, it was pretty easy. The plan was try to follow somebody, have a target in the lead, but she broke so well. She did it by her own. She controlled the pace and she relaxed beautiful. When she came to the top of the stretch, it was all about her.
How much did she accelerate at the top of the stretch for you?
Pretty fast. She got big turn of foot, and we don't have to really do nothing. Just keep going with her, and she did it.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
Jonathan, what's allowed for this filly to progress in the fashion that she has since the last time we saw her here at Keeneland back in April?
Good owner, letting us take our time and pick the appropriate spots.
What impressed you most about this performance today?
Just her ability to relax. We were hoping to get her covered up, but she really relaxed. I love seeing her ears twitching back and forth, and you're always hoping that you have horse, and she kicked away. But Luis that's when you see Luis really, really good, is when he's on the lead like that. He's so well-rounded, but that's when he's brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
How nice is it to have a win over the turf course where the Breeders' Cup will take place in her division?
Oh, it's the greatest. It's the greatest, and it's for such a wonderful owner, and he's really put a lot of faith in us, and it's really special.
Job well done to you and the team.
Thank you.
The lights brilliant today in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine.
Keeneland's 9th race upcoming, the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. No changes in race 9. Track is fast. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. 10th and final race, a reminder, takeout number 13, Go Big Blue Nation, did not draw into the race. That's in the 10th and final event. Takeout number 13, Go Big Blue Nation, did not draw into the race.
Our first Grade 1 of this fall meet is in front of us. The Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades, another Breeders' Cup Challenge Series win and you're in event. This for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies division, and a wide open race and a wide open betting affair as expected. Right now 4-1 on Fun and Feisty. That is the favorite in this race, the daughter of Midshipman for Kenny McPeak. And this is a filly that's come on in her last couple of starts. She's really figured it out in a short period of time. And Kenny McPeak, her conditioner, is no stranger to success in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades, Gabby. He's won this race 5 times in the past, and this looks to be a very straightforward type filly who likes to come on with a late run to pick up her victories.
I just spoke with Kenny McPeak, and since he's won this race 5 times in the past, I asked him, what does it take? What type of filly does it take to win this race? And he said it changes with all of, obviously in the past, he's had 5 separate winners. They've all kind of been unique in their own right, but he is particularly excited about this filly. He told me that. He said this filly is legitimate. She had no business winning that sprint race 2 starts back. He thinks she's only going to get better the farther that she goes, the more time that she has, and her mind is really, really good too. So she just seems to have all the pieces of a really good horse.
4-1, not a bad price on the favorites if you're looking to back her in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. We move over to your top selection. That's the 11 horse Just Cindy for Clarkland Farm, a homebred filly by Justify, 2 for 2 to kick off her career. But then what happened last time out in the Grade 1 Spinaway is the big question.
She didn't get out of the gate, and maybe that wasn't the biggest excuse, but maybe it was significant enough to lead to that type of performance. She was only 4-1 in the Spinaway. She belonged in the Spinaway. She belongs in this race. If you look past the Spinaway performance, you never know what can happen coming out of the gate when they stumble or get away awkwardly. She really didn't give up, but she didn't pick up her feet. I think she's a filly that needs to be forwardly placed, and I also think she'll be different at 2 turns. She's a filly by Justify. She's out of Jenda's agenda. This is a very nice family, and I think she'll get better with distance.
The number 2 filly, Chop Chop, she's now moved just about even with the favorite, and as I say that, she's just clicked up to 9-2, still the second choice. But she's 2 for 2 in her career, and this is an opportunity for these connections to go ahead and try her on dirt at a key portion of the season, because they could have clearly ran her in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine on the turf course, given the fact that she's 2 for 2 on the turf. But there is obviously a much more of an emphasis on dirt racing in North America, so they're going to take their shot now, see what they've got moving forward to the Breeders' Cup, and she's got pedigree for both as far as turf or dirt. She's by City of Light, Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, Pegasus World Cup winner, out of a Giants Causeway first stamp. And Giants Causeways have done plenty well through the years on the dirt track. So I think this is obviously a big test for her to see what they will aim towards come Breeders' Cup time in November.
This is the time to take the chance. You want to expose your 2-year-olds to the dirt before you get into their 3-year-old season. You start thinking about Kentucky Oaks. You start to think about what type of horse you have. This is the right move. Brad Cox, Keeneland, whether it be spring or fall, this is his playground. This is where he wins a lot of races. So why not take the chance in a race like this before the Breeders' Cup at Keeneland?
And then finally, Wonder Wheel. Can she bounce back off of, I don't want to call it a disappointing performance, but I think a performance that didn't live up to expectations. I didn't see a valid excuse for her in the Grade 1 Spinaway where she was the beaten favorite. She got a little squirrely down the stretch, maybe a little green in the end. So this is her first time going 2 turns. She's a wonderfully bred filly by Into Mischief. So this is a big pivotal point in her career early on as a 2-year-old.
Well, they can't be perfect every start.
True.
But her first 2 races, she was very good. And yes, maybe she didn't deliver her A game last time out, but I don't think that that's too bad considering how deep the track was at Saratoga. And I did feel like you probably needed to, train over it, race over it. And some horses liked it, some didn't. Some were fit enough to get over it, some weren't. And maybe that was why we saw a little bit of a dull performance in the Grade 1 Spinaway. But my biggest question is the 2 turns. Is she going to improve stretching out to 1 mile and a 16th, or will she wind up being a 1-turn horse? We'll see.
A lot of questions to be answered in this Grade 1 test, as it should be. The Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades is coming up in less than 9 minutes.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured ninth race, 71st running of the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades Win and You're In Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Division. This stakes for 2-year-old fillies at a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes. Post time in less than 3 minutes for the featured ninth. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Wonder Wheel, owned by DJ Stable of Leonard Green, trained by Mark Cassie. Tyler Gaffalione is up. 2 is Chop Chop, owned by Selective LLC of Jerry Bach, trained by Brad Cox. Joel Rosario will ride. 3, Stellar Lady, owned by Tommy Lewis, James Chambers, Craig Benoit, Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak and others, trained by Kenny McPeak, Brian Hernandez Jr. to ride. 4, Raging Sea, owned by Alpha Delta Stables of John Clay, trained by Chad Brown, jockey Jose Ortiz. 5, Kidjara, owned by Rigney Racing LLC of Richard Rigney, trained by Phil Bauer, Joe Talamo to ride. 6, Mustang Lady, owned by Barrett Partners LLC of Dan Barrett, trained by Troy Newton, jockey Rafael Bejarano. 7, Essaouira, owned by Al Shakab Racing of Mohamed Abdullah Al Manai, trained by Graham Motion, jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 8, Infinite Diamond, owned by Diamond 100 Racing Club LLC of Ivy Hoy, trained by Patrick Biancone, the jockey Florent Giroux. 9, Fun and Feisty, owned by the Lucky 7 stable of Michael J. Mackin, trained by Kenny McPeak, jockey Julian Leperoux. 10, K-Ling, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, trained by Todd Pletcher, jockey John Velasquez. 11, Just Cindy, owned by Clarkland Farm of Fred Mitchell, trained by Eddie Keneally, the jockey Luis Saez. 12, Take Charge Brianna, owned by Willis Horton Racing LLC of Willis Horton, trained by D. Wayne Lucas, the jockey Flavian Pratt. 13, Sabra Tough, owned by Valine Farms of Murray Valine, trained by Dallas Stewart, the jockey Paco Lopez. And 14, Boss Lady Bailey, owned by Hootie's Racing LLC of Mark Moore, trained by John Ortiz, jockey Raylu Gutierrez. Post time, 2 minutes.
There's a look at Stellar Lady as we start our frontside observations for the Darley Alcibiades. This filly was very warm on her front quarters, something that is very easy to observe once you see her coming around. She had a lot of sweat dripping off of her. It is one of those days that's it's warm, but it's not overly warm. So this is something that we'll see if is a negative or a positive, obviously, following this performance today.
Right, and I did speak to Kenny McPeak about this particular filly, too. He said don't sleep on her just because she actually has been working in company with Fun and Feisty and working well and holding her own against her. So he did think that she had the look of a long shot here, but I would say that she is the only one in this field that's reacting like that, getting really heated, getting really warm, and you just hope that she could settle a bit more closer to post time.
Number 4 horse, Raging Sea. This is just her second start, but you would not know it based on her look. She came out like an absolute pro, walking out for the post braid, and there she is continuing to be very level under Jose Ortiz. She's a gorgeous daughter of Curlin for Alpha Delta Stables.
And Chad Brown surprisingly hasn't won this race before in the past. He's looking for his first victory in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. That would be one of the many Grade 1s that he has won here at Keeneland. She was actually entered in the Frisette. She scratched. They opted to run her in this spot for whatever reason. But watching her first race, I thought it was a very nice effort. Just not only how she did it, but how gritty that performance was. She really had no business in winning that race, but she really threw it down. And that's what you like to see, that heart and that tenacity.
Kidjara is the number 5 horse. She's a daughter of Nyquist, who, like Chop Chop, the 2, is trying the dirt for the first time. She's run twice, and those have both been on the turf course up at Saratoga, but being a daughter of Nyquist, a Kentucky Derby winner, she's got the pedigree.
She is beautiful. I still don't know about the dirt. If you look at Nyquist on the top side, yes, that suggests dirt, but on the bottom side of her pedigree, she's a half to 40 under who won the Pilgrim, a grade 3 on the turf. Clearly, she likes the turf. If she can take a step forward today on the dirt, she could win this race because that was a very fast race that she won last time out.
And then the 10 at 9-1 right now for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, the Practical Joke Philly Keeneland graduate, Kaling. Won her debut, then she was third in the grade 1 spinaway. She's out of an Indian Charlie mare, which really has been one of the more impactful bits of broodmare sires that we've had here in modern day history. So I think you've got to respect her based on the way that she looks and the fact that she's two-turning for the first time.
I kind of have the feeling that the gate break is really important for this filly. I don't know that she has a lot of different gears. I think if she breaks forwardly and she kind of has the heart and grit to just keep on going, even watching her warm up, not to say that she's a little heavy-footed, but I do think that she just needs to be towards the front end. I don't know that she can make up ground. We'll see. With that outside post position, I think Johnny Velasquez really has to ask her to get in position. With regard to the grade 1 spinaway, last time out, she made a little bit of a move and flattened. I still think that she could improve with 2 turns because she can maybe utilize her speed a bit better.
These fillies are quickly approaching the starting gate as it is post time for the grade 1 Darley Alcibiades.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's featured 9th race, 71st running of the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. First wire at the post, and they are off. In the Darley Alcibiades, there's Raging Sea right out for the early lead. Here's Kaling out in the center of the racetrack, and Infinite Diamond up close as well. Wonder Wheel is right there down toward the inside, and now Kidjara moves up between horses. 5 across the track contesting the lead all the way to the first turn. Just Cindy's going to be about 6 wide behind that front flight. Back up front, though, it is Wonder Wheel saving the ground around the turn. Leads it now by 3/4 of a length. Raging Sea goes second. Kidjara third. Essaouira moves up the inside fourth. Infinite Diamond fifth. Kaling is a wide 6th. Just Cindy is there in 7th. Boss Lady Bailey is 8th. Stellar Lady is back toward the inside in 9th. Mustang Lady is back in 10th position. Chop Chop is 11th. Fun and Feisty 12th. Sabra Tough is 13th. And Take Charge Brianna last of the 14. Opening quarter on the board in 23.49 seconds. Midpoint of the backstretch. The first half mile in 47.16 seconds. Wonder Wheel the leader. And Kidjara just off the leader's flank in second. Essaouira close up third to the inside. Kaling is in the clear in 4th and moving up within 2.5 lengths of the lead. Raging Sea is 5th in between horses. Boss Lady Bailey is in 6th. Now Chop Chop is 7th toward the inside. 8 lengths off the lead. They're midway on the final turn. Fun and Feisty is still far back. Moving past the quarter pole, it is Wonder Wheel who leads it by 3 lengths now. Kidjara second a length. Raging Sea is in 3rd. Chop Chop swings to the outside from 4th. Fun and Feisty still nearly 15 lengths off the lead. Top of the short stretch, and it is Wonder Wheel with the lead. Wonder Wheel by 3. Raging Sea is fighting for second down to the inside. And then Chop Chop on the outside. Kidjara between that pair. They're all bearing down on Wonder Wheel. Chop Chop is coming late from the outside, but the wire's coming. Chop Chop chasing Wonder Wheel. Raging Sea between them. Here's the wire in the Alcibiades. It's a head-bobbing photo for the win.
Another thrilling finish here on opening day, this time in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades and Wonder Wheel. I think thankfully that first wire finish was a big help to her pulling off this Grade 1 victory, if in fact she does so, because Chop Chop was bearing down on her, but Wonder Wheel maybe just held over that number 2 horse with Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle. Close on the wire, Gabby.
It's going to be very close. You almost have to get a closer look at this stretch run, but man, did she turn things around here today. I mean, Wonder Wheel, she was forwardly placed in here. She kind of felt the pressure of Chop Chop closing. I believe she hangs on in the end. Do you?
I would think that she does, but very close on the wire between she and Chop Chop.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Keeneland's ninth race in the photo. Number 1, Wonder Wheel, finished first. Number 2, Chop Chop was second. Number 4, Raging Sea third. Number 5, Kidgera fourth. 1, 2, 4, 5, unofficial. Hold all tickets. At Keeneland, both the inquiry and objection signs have been posted on the infield board for today's ninth race. Trainer and jockey of the 5, Kidgera, have lodged a claim of foul against the 4, Raging Sea, alleging interference in the stretch. Inquiry and objection as well, both pending, concerning the unofficial 3rd and 4th place finishers. Hold all tickets. Stewards' inquiry focusing now on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place finishers. The stewards have clarified that their inquiry focuses on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place finishers, number 2, Chop Chop, number 4, Raging Sea, and number 5, Kidgera. In addition, a claim of foul is pending by the jockey of the 5, Kidgera, and the trainer of the 5 against the 4, Raging Sea. Between the objection and the inquiry, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place finishers and the unofficial result, all involved here. Hold all tickets. The unofficial winner not affected. And there's the unofficial winner on the video boards on the turf course, number 1, Wonder Wheel, owned by the DJ stable of Leonard Green, trained by Mark Cassie, ridden by Tyler Gaffaleone. Into Mischief, 2-year-old filly out of Wonder Gal by Tis Wonderful, bred in Kentucky by Three Chimneys Farm and Clear Sky Farms. But again, inquiry and objection pending concerning the unofficial 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place finishers. There's the trophy presentation. Dan Pride and Michael Banahan present the trophy for the Darley Alcibiades to the Connections of Wonder Wheel. Inquiry and objection still pending concerning the unofficial second, third, and fourth place finishers. Hold all tickets. Unofficial winner not affected.
Wonder
At
Wheel
Keeneland, there
taking the
has been
green
a
one.
disqualification in today's featured ninth race. Number 4, Raging Sea, who finished third, has been disqualified and placed fourth by the stewards for interference in the stretch. Committed against number 5, Kidjara, who finished fourth but is placed third. 1, 2, 5, 4, the new numbers after the ruling. 1, 2, 5, 4, and it is official.
Wonder Wheel captures the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades for trainer Mark Cassie and Tyler Gaffleone, who was aboard. What was the biggest key to this victory here today, going 2 turns for the first time?
First off, I want to thank the Greens and Mark Cassie for giving me this opportunity. They've been so instrumental in my career and getting me to this point. I'm so thankful for them. But this filly, she came out here and she did everything right today. We always thought she had a lot of class, and she really showed it today. She put in a really big performance.
How much did she have to dig in for that first wire finish?
I mean, visually it doesn't look as easy as it should, but she kind of just got lost coming into the stretch. She was all by herself, and there's a lot of people in their stands today. So, I mean, she had every excuse.
Well done, Tyler.
Thanks so much.
Mark, she didn't live up to expectations in the spin away, but here today she puts it all together. What do you think was the biggest difference between these 2 races?
Well, she had a great trip today. Had a little bit of a troubled trip, and in all honesty, the spin away was a big race. It's a Grade 1, but it wasn't my main goal. Today was it, and then hopefully this will, lead us into another big race coming up. So she ran well, had a great trip. Some others maybe struggled and didn't, but I do think she probably lost focus a little. She would surprise me if she can't get a really good mile in the 16th, and so maybe this race, moves her up.
How do you get her to take a next step when it comes to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies?
Just getting this race over this track, getting the 2 turns, that in itself, it's going to move her up, and it's not rocket science. We'll just kind of keep her happy and hope for the best.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Wonder Wheel capturing the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades and finding herself a spot in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies at the beginning of November right here at Keeneland.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. Take out the also eligible number 13, Go Big Blue Nation, did not draw into the race.
A disqualification in race 9 at Keeneland today. After a steward's inquiry, jockey objection, and trainer objection, the third place, number 4, bore out in the stretch and made contact with number 5, finished 4th, forcing that horse over the heels of number 2, second place finisher, and causing the 5 horse to check sharply. For that interference, the 4 horse is disqualified from 3rd and placed 4th. The official order of finish in race 9 at Keeneland today, 1, 2, 5, 4.
Okay. This is the 10th and final on opening day of Fall Stars weekend here at Keeneland. 1.5 miles on the turf course will conclude this Friday card before we transition into the big Saturday card, which is ahead of us, and a wide open event. Again, we have seen some phenomenal betting opportunities over the course of these first 9 going into 10 races on opening day. I go to the 5-horse Queen Bourbon for Bourbon Lane Stable and 6 Column Stables for trainer Ian Wilkes, a filly that has shown that stamina is her game, and she gets that opportunity here today. She's run against some solid competition. I think that the 5 certainly has to be respected, and a great price. 9-2 right now is what she sits at on the tote board.
I thought this was a really tough race to close out the day. I wouldn't be surprised if we see, a long shot win. But the 5 Queen Bourbon, she definitely fits with these. She ran 3rd against a solid competition last time out, 2 other than allowance at Saratoga, and she's proven that, the connections decided to stretch her out to these longer distances in the last 3, and she's kind of in the best form that she's ever been in right now.
Mia Martina is your top selection, a daughter of Not This Time. What led you in the direction of this filly off of that recent performance at Saratoga?
I think she just needs, and you never want to take a horse out of their preferred running style or whatever comes natural to them, but I do think that with the rail post position at this distance and the presence of Flavien Prat today, she might be able to sit a closer trip, and that make the difference because she is a stayer, Scott. She's not one that really has that quick turn of foot, so I think if she can find herself a little bit closer to the pace, it could get her in the winner's circle, to be honest.
The 11-horse Soft Touch right now sitting at odds of 7-1 for Godolphin and Michael Sidham, a young filly, daughter of Uncle Mo, who is certainly going to be tested for class here today. This is a big jump up in competition, but you can see those 2 races from her were very good. Soft Touch, the 11, over at Colonial, where she sat close to the pace and was able to keep on and stay on.
This will be the toughest test for her, but I do like her running style because from that outside post position, she'll probably be able to get a front running or at least close to the pace. I think the pace of the race is the 8 Fairchild, but she could sit just off of her.
And then finally, the number 4 horse will close out the conversation with Federalist Papers for the Elkstone Group. Brendan Walsh, Tyler Gaffleone, more than ready filly. Good second last time out over at Kentucky Downs. That was her first race since June. She's a winner here at Keeneland. She's a winner at this distance. There's a lot of upside for this filly in this spot.
And that, from a figure standpoint, might have been her best race on form, her race last time out. She was coming in off of a couple of months on the shelf and going a mile and 5/16 at Kentucky Downs. We certainly know that she's going to be fit today.
Less than 10 minutes to post, getting set for the Riders Up call for the nightcap here on opening day at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Mystic Guide, an allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. A mile and a half on the turf, which is listed firm. Rail at 10 feet. Toyota Super High 5 wager featured here. Takeout number 13, Go Big Blue Nation, did not draw into the race. Post time in 5 minutes.
Closing in on post time for the nightcap, less than 3 minutes to post. Let's look at the 7-horse Roughly a Diamond in her warm-up. 3-year-old filly, daughter of First Samurai. Nice appearance out there as she warms up under Joe Talamo.
I actually thought she ran really well last time out. She was 8-1 in that 2 other than allowance at Kentucky Downs. She broke awkwardly. I think it took her a couple of steps, a couple of strides to actually figure out where she was at the Kentucky Downs race. Sometimes it can be a little disorienting when horses are just running out in the middle of the field at Kentucky Downs. But all considering that, I thought she ran well, and she looks like she's transitioned really nicely here to the main track, at least in her warm-ups on the dirt right now. We'll see if, how she fares today, but I thought she just made a lovely appearance at 8-1, one that I didn't consider looking at her past performances.
Let's move over to the 8th, carrying the Stone Street Yellow and Burgundy, Fairchild, a Speightstown filly who owns a win here at Keeneland. She won back in April of 2021, tracking from off the pace. They've tried her at these longer distances, most recently did so at Kentucky Downs, and put together a strong third on that afternoon. So I definitely have to respect this filly. She's got the stamina to see out the trip.
I really think that this is just a level playing field. We can see that on the tote board. There's not an overwhelming favorite, and that makes sense to me because all of these horses have good races, bad races. They're not really consistent, but their best race, they're kind of all on the same level.
Getting set for post time, race number 10, I should say, less than 2 minutes to post here on opening day.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Mystic Guide. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Fairchild for the lead. Fairchild, quick into stride, moves up from the center of the course, moves by the inside traffic. Loved Rayco backs away, along with Mia Martina down toward the inside. Soft Touch going to move up now from the outside, and There Are No Rules moves up between horses. Soft Touch, as they head onto that far turn the first time, puts ahead in front. Fairchild is second by 2 lengths. Long Pants Required moves up third. There Are No Rules slides down to the rail in fourth. Mautai toward the outside in fifth. Mia Martina is back there sixth. Loved Rayco is in seventh position, heading into the stretch for the first time. Queen Bourbon a couple of lanes off the rail in the 8th position. Then Dance Warrior is back toward the inside in 9th. And there goes Roughly a Diamond moving up alongside her from 10th. Further back, Light Stars is 11th. Federalist Papers, last of the 12. It was 24.3 for the opening quarter, 24.2, I should say, and 49.08 for that first half mile. Fairchild sets the terms here. Fairchild, the leader, by a length and a half. Soft Touch, second by a length and a half. There Are No Rules is third. In fact, they stack up 4 across the course, contesting that third position. Long Pants Required is right alongside from fourth, now challenging for third, and is joined by Mautai, Queen Bourbon, who's out in the center of the course, wide around that turn, heading onto the backstretch, but up within 5 lengths of the lead. Mia Martina back toward the inside, and then comes Roughly a Diamond, who's toward the outside, 7 lengths from the front. Loved Rayco, then Light Stars, Dance Warrior back toward the inside, and Federalist Papers at the back, midpoint of the backstretch for Fairchild. Fairchild leads at 3/4 of a length. Soft Touch is second by a length and a half to Long Pants Required third ahead. There Are No Rules back toward the inside, and then Queen Bourbon, who's out in the center of the course in fifth, still 3 from the front. Now here's Long Pants Required, kicking it in another notch to move up from third to second to put ahead in front. Soft Touch is going to respond, and Fairchild had an awkward run into the far turn, and Fairchild drops out of it. Back up front, though, it is Soft Touch and Long Pants Required with Queen Bourbon in third, a length and a half off that front pair as they move to the quarter pole. Long Pants Required, Soft Touch, Queen Bourbon. Now Mia Martina swings to the far outside. Mia Martina down the center of the course. Light Stars, then Dance Warrior, who's looking for an opening down toward the inside. Mia Martina, Queen Bourbon, Dance Warrior up the inside. Light Stars is fourth in between horses. It is Mia Martina with the lead. Dance Warrior up the inside. Mia Martina has the lead a length. Dance Warrior, then Light Stars. Mia Martina, Light Stars in between horses. Mia Martina in front for Flavian Pratt. Mia Martina to win it. Then it was Light Stars across the line behind her, and it was followed closely by Dance Warrior, and then further back came, as they moved across the wire, Federalist Papers.
Mia Martina in the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners Silks, daughter of Not This Time, finding her best stride late in this distance race of 1.5 miles to close out opening day.
And she's been knocking on the door lately, but this was just a perfect ride. I mentioned she just has, she's got that staying power. She doesn't necessarily have the turn of foot, so things kind of need to work out the right way for her, and everything worked out the right way for her this afternoon under Flavian Pratt. Congratulations to Graham Motion and the rest of the connections. Mia Martina getting the victory at 7-2.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th and final race. Number 1, Mia Martina was first. Number 6, Light Stars was second. Number 2, Dance Warrior third. Number 4, Federalist Papers was fourth. And number 5, Queen Bourbon fifth, 1-6-2-4-5, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, the unofficial winner, number 1, Mia Martina, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, owned also by Gianni Fittipaldi, trained by Graham Motion, jockey Flavian Pratt. Mia Martina, 4-year-old filly by Not This Time, out of Proud and Charming by Proud Citizen, bred in Florida by Sesa Farm. 1.5 miles, 2 minutes, 31.1 seconds over the fast, or rather firm, turf to close out today's card. Again, 1-6-2-4-5, unofficial. The Mystic Guide Trophy presentation, Katie LaMonica presents to the connections of Mia Martina. Race 10. Race 10, results official. 1-6-2-4-5, the official results for Keeneland's 10th race. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races that are scheduled to occur after that time. We thank you for being with us. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, also for Darley, J.P. Morgan Chase, Stahl, Keenan, Ogden. Thank you. And good evening. Super High Five carryover, $8,990. 5 of 6 in the pick 6 today. Carryover for the pick six of better than $33,000 for tomorrow's card.